76. Interlude with the Confessor. Sunk costs. Ryan Felthorne descended the stairs of roughened stone and crude mortar, keeping a lumos lit through the distances between fire sconces, holding aloft her wand through the gaps from light to light. She came to the empty rock cavern pierced by many dark openings, lit by a torch of ancient style that fired as she entered. There was no one else there, as yet, and after long minutes of nervous standing, she began the spell to transfigure a cushioned sofa large enough for two people to sit, or maybe even lie down on. A simple wooden stool would have been easier. She could have done that in 15 seconds, but well, even when the sofa was fully conjured, Professor Snape still hadn't arrived, and she sat down on the left side of her sofa with her pulse hammering in her throat. Somehow she was only becoming more nervous, not less, as the delay stretched. She knew this was the last time. The last time before all these memories went away, and Ryan Felthorne found herself in a mysterious cavern, wondering what was going on. There was something about it that felt like dying. The book said a properly done obliviation wasn't harmful. People forgot things all the time. People dreamed, and then woke up without remembering their dreams. Obliviation didn't even involve that much discontinuity, just a brief instant of disorientation. It was like being distracted by a loud noise and losing track of a thought you couldn't seem to remember afterward. That was what the book said, and why memory charms were fully approved by the ministry for all authorized governmental purposes. But still, these thoughts, the thoughts she was thinking right now, soon nobody would have them anymore. When she looked ahead in the future, there was nobody to complete the thoughts she wasn't finished thinking. Even if she managed to tie up all the loose ends in her mind over the next minute, there wouldn't be anything left of it afterward. Wasn't that exactly what you would find yourself reflecting on if you were going to die in the next minute? There came the sound of muffled steps. Severus Snape emerged into the cavern. His eyes moved to her sitting on the sofa, and a strange expression crossed his face. Strange because it wasn't sardonic, or angry, or cold. "Thank you, Miss Felthorne," Snape said quietly. "That was considerate of you." The potions master took out his wand and performed the usual privacy charms, and then he moved toward her and sat down heavily beside her on the transfigured sofa. Her pulse was now pounding for another reason entirely. She slowly turned to look at Professor Snape and saw that his head was leaning back against the sofa and his eyes were closed. Not sleeping, though. His face appeared tense, unrelaxed, bearing pain. She knew, she was suddenly certain, that she was only allowed to see this sight because she wouldn't remember it afterward, and that nobody before her had ever been allowed to see it. The frantic conversation going on inside Ryan Felthorne's mind sounded something like this. "I could just lean over and kiss him. You are completely out of your tiny mind. His eyes are closed. I bet he wouldn't stop me in time. I bet it would be years before anyone found your body." But Professor Snape opened his eyes then, to her inner disappointment and relief, and said, in a more normal voice, "Your payment, Miss Felthorne." From his robe he took a ruby, cut to Gringotts standard, and held it out toward her. 50 facets. I will not mind if you count them." She held out a trembling hand, hoping that Snape would press the ruby into her fingers, that she would feel a touch of his skin alive against hers, but instead Snape raised his hand slightly and dropped the ruby into her hand, then leaned back against the couch. "You will remember finding it lying on the ground of this cavern, where you came exploring," said Snape. "And since nobody except you will actually believe that, you will remember thinking that it would be less troublesome if you deposited the money into a separate box in Gringotts." For a stretch there was only the faint crackling of the torch. "Why?" Ryan Felthorne said. "He knows I won't remember. Why did you do it? I mean, you said to tell you where bullies would be and who they would be, but not whether Granger would be there. And I know the way the Time Turner works, if you want to make Granger be there, you can't be told whether it's already happened. So I did work out that we were the ones telling her where to go. We were, weren't we?" Snape nodded without speaking. He had closed his eyes again. "But," said Ryan, "I didn't understand why you were helping her. And now, after what you did to Granger in the Great Hall, I just don't understand at all." Ryan had never thought of herself as particularly nice. She'd taken little notice of the controversy over the Sunshine General, but something about helping Granger fight bullies had. Well, she'd gotten used to thinking of that as the good side, and thinking of herself as being on the good side. and she'd found she actually liked it. It was hard to just let that go. "Why'd you do that, Professor Snape?" Snape shook his head, his face tightened. Ryan said falteringly. "I mean, so long as we're here, is there anything you do want to talk about?" There was something she wanted to say, but she couldn't make the words pass her own lips. "I can think of one matter," Snape said after a pause. "If you are interested, Miss Felthorn." Snape's eyes were still shut, so she couldn't just nod her head. Her voice almost broke when she forced herself to say yes. "There's a certain boy in your class who likes you, Miss Felthorn," Snape said from behind his closed eyes. "I won't say his name. But he watches you every time you walk across the room when he thinks you aren't looking. He dreams about you and desires to possess you, but he's never asked you for so much as a kiss." Her heart started hammering even harder. "Please tell me the honest truth, Miss Felthorn. What do you think of that boy?" "Well," she said. She was stumbling over her words. "I think to never even ask for one kiss would be sad. Just too pitiful. Weakness," she said, her voice trembling. "I agree," said Snape. "Suppose that boy had helped you, though. Would you think that you owed him a kiss if he asked?" She inhaled sharply. "Or would you think," Snape continued, his eyes still closed, "that he was just being bothersome?" The words stabbed into her like a knife, and she couldn't help gasping out loud. Snape's eyes flew open, and his gaze met hers across the sofa. Then the potion's master began to laugh, small, sad chuckles. "No, not you, Miss Felthorn," Snape said. "Not you. We really are talking about a boy, one who attends your potions class, in fact." "Oh," she said. She tried to remember what Snape had said before, now feeling rather unnerved as she thought of some boy watching her, always silently watching. "Well, in that case, that's kind of creepy, actually. Who is it?" The potions master shook his head. "It doesn't matter," said Snape. "Out of curiosity, what would you think if that boy were still in love with you years later?" She said, feeling a bit confused. "That would be totally pathetic." The torch crackled a bit in the cavern. "It's strange," Snape said quietly. "I have had two mentors over the course of my days. Both were extraordinarily perceptive, and neither one ever told me the things I wasn't seeing. It's clear enough why the first said nothing, but the second—" Snape's face tightened. "I suppose I would have to be naive to ask why he stayed silent." The quiet stretched, while Ryan tried frantically to think of something to say. "It is an odd thing," Snape said, his voice still softer, "to look back after only 32 years and wonder when your life was ruined past all rescuing. Was it determined when the Sorting Hat cried Slytherin? For me, it seems unfair, since I was offered no choice. The Sorting Hat spoke the moment it touched upon my head, yet I cannot claim it named me untruly. I never treasured knowledge for its own sake. I was not loyal to the one person I called friend. I was never one for righteous fury then or now. Courage. There is no bravery in risking a life already ruined. My little fears have always mastered me, and I never turned aside from any of the paths I walked down for those little fears. No, the Sorting Hat could never have put me in her house. Perhaps my final loss was determined, even then. Is that fair, I ask, even if the Sorting Hat speaks truly? Is it fair that some children should possess more courage than others, and thus a man's life be judged? Ryan Felthorn was starting to realize that she'd never had the tiniest inkling of who her potions master was inside, and unfortunately all these dark hidden depths weren't helping her with her problem. "But no," Snape said. "I know where it went wrong for the last time. I could point to the very day and hour I missed my final chance. Miss Felthorn, did the Sorting Hat offer you Ravenclaw?" "Why, yes," she said without thinking. "Have you ever been any good at riddles?" "Yes," she said again, because whatever Professor Snape was about to say, she wouldn't hear it if she said no. "I am terrible at riddles," Snape said in a distant voice. "I was once given a riddle to solve, and I did not understand even the simplest part until too late. I did not even realize the riddle was meant for me until too late. I thought I had merely happened to overhear it, when in truth it was I who was overheard. So I sold my riddle to another, and that is when the wreckage of my life passed beyond retrieval." Snape's voice was still distant, sounding more abstracted than sorrowful. "And even now, I understand nothing of importance. Tell me, Miss Felthorn, suppose a man were carrying a knife, and he tripped over a baby and stabbed himself. Would you say that the baby had," Snape's voice lowered, as though he were imitating some still deeper voice, "the power to vanquish him?" No," she said hesitantly. "Then what does it mean to have the power to vanquish someone?" Ryan considered the puzzle. wishing, not for the first time in her life, that she had chosen Ravenclaw and to petition with her parents' disapproval, but the Sorting Hat had never offered her Gryffindor. Well, Ryan said, was having trouble putting her thoughts into words. It means you've got the power, but you don't have to do it. It means you could do it if you tried. Choice, the potions master said in the same faraway voice, as though he wasn't really talking to her at all. There will be a choice. That is what the riddle seems to imply. And that choice is not a foregone conclusion to the chooser, for the riddle does not say will vanquish, but rather the power to vanquish. How would a grown man mark a baby as his equal? What? Said Ryan. She didn't understand that at all. Marking a baby is simple. Any strong, dark curse would produce a lasting scar, but such may be done to any child. What mark would signify that a baby was your equal? She answered with the first thought that came to mind. If you signed a betrothal contract, that would mean you'd be equals with them someday, when they grew up and you got married. That, said Snape. That's probably not it, Miss Felthorn, but thank you for trying. The long, delicate fingers, honed by stirring potions to unimaginably fine tolerances, reached up and rubbed at the temples of the man's forehead. It is enough to drive me to madness, so much hinging on such fragile words. Power he knows not. It must be more than some unknown spell, not something he could acquire simply by practice and study. Some innate talent. No one can learn to be a metamorph magus, and yet that hardly seems like a power he knows not. Nor can I see how either could destroy all but a remnant of the other. I can see it in one direction, but not the reverse. The potions master sighed. And none of this means anything to you, does it, Miss Felthorn? The words are nothing. The words are shadows. It is her intonation which carries the meaning, and that is something I've never been able to. The potions master trailed off, while Ryan stared at him. A prophecy, Ryan said in a high squeak. You heard a prophecy. She'd taken divination for a couple of months before dropping it in disgust, and she knew that much about how it worked. I will try one last thing, said Snape. Something I have not tried before. Miss Felthorn, listen to the sound of my voice, the way I say it, not the words themselves, and tell me what you think it means. Can you do that? Good, said Snape, as she nodded obediently, though she wasn't sure at all what she was supposed to do. And Severus Snape drew a breath, and intoned, for those two different spellets cannot exist in the same vuld. It sent shivers down her spine, all the worse for knowing the hollow words had been spoken in imitation of a true prophecy. Unnerved, she blurted out the first thing which came to mind, which might have been influenced by her present company. Those two different ingredients cannot exist in the same cauldron. But why not, Miss Felthorn? What is the meaning of a statement like that? What are we really being told? Ah, she hazarded. If the two ingredients mix, they'll catch fire and burn the cauldron. Snape's face did not change expression in the slightest. Perhaps, Snape finally said, after they'd sat on the sofa in awful silence for what seemed like minutes. It would explain the word must. Thank you, Miss Felthorn. Once again you have been most helpful. She said. I was glad to, and the words stuck in her throat. The potions master had thanked her with a tone of finality, and she knew that the time of the Ryan Felthorn who remembered these moments was drawing to an end. I wish I didn't have to forget this, Professor Snape. I wish, Severus Snape said in a whisper so low she could hardly hear it, that everything had been different. The potions master stood up from the sofa, the weight of his presence vanishing from beside her. He turned and drew his wand from his robes, pointing it at her. Wait, she said. Before that, somehow, it was unbelievably hard to take the first step from fantasy to reality, from imagining to doing, even if it was only one step and would never go any further. The gap stretched like the distance between two mountains. The Sorting Hat had never offered her Gryffindor. Was it fair that thus a woman's life be judged? If you can't say it now, when you won't even remember it afterward, when nothing will continue from this moment, just as if you were to die, then when will you ever say it to anyone? Can I have a kiss first? Said Ryan Felthorn. Snape's black eyes studied her so intensely that her blush started to reach all the way to her chest, and she wondered if he knew perfectly well that she was still being weak, and it wasn't a kiss she truly wanted. Why not? The potions master said quietly, and he leaned his head down over the sofa and kissed her. It was nothing like she'd imagined. In her fantasies, Snape's kisses were fierce, seized from her, but it was just awkward, actually. Snape's lips pressed down too hard on hers, forcing them back against her teeth, and the angle wasn't right, and their noses were sort of bending, and his lips were too tight, and only as the potion's master straightened back up again, raising his wand once more, did she realize. "That wasn't," she said in a wondering voice, looking up at him. "That wasn't, was it, your first?" Ryan Felthorne blinked at the stone cavern she'd discovered, still holding the extraordinary ruby she'd found embedded in the dirt of one corner. It was an incredible windfall, and she didn't know why looking at the ruby made her feel so sad, like she'd forgotten something that had been precious to her. 77. Saw Aftermaths, Surface Appearances. Aftermath, Albus Dumbledore and the old wizard sat alone at his desk, in the unsilence of the headmaster's office, amid the innumerable and unnoticed devices. His robes a gentle yellow, of soft fabric, not such clothing as he ordinarily wore before others. His wrinkled hand held a quill scratching away at an official-looking parchment. If you had somehow been there to watch his lined face, you would have been unable to deduce anything more about the man himself than you understood of the enigmatic devices. You might have observed that the face looked a little sad, a little tired, but then Albus Dumbledore always looked like that when he was alone. In the flue hearth, there were only scattered ashes without a hint of flame, a magical door that had been shut so solidly as to stop existing. On the material plane, the great oaken door to the office had been closed and locked. Beyond that door, the endless stairs stayed motionless. At the bottom of those stairs, the gargoyles that blocked the entrance did not flow, their pseudolife withdrawn to leave solid rock. Then, even as the quill was in the middle of penning a word, even as it was in the middle of scratching a letter, the old wizard shot to his feet with a speed that would have shocked anyone watching, abandoning the quill in mid-letter to fall onto the parchment. Like lightning he spun on the oaken door, his yellow robes whirling around him, and a wand of dread power leaping into his hand. And as abruptly, the old wizard paused, halting his motion even as the wand came to bear. A hand struck upon the oaken door, 3 times knocking. More slowly now, that grim wand went back into the dueling holster strapped beneath the old wizard's sleeve. The ancient man moved forward a few paces, drew himself up into a more formal stance, composed his face. Nearby upon the desk, the quill moved to the side of the parchment, as though it had been carefully placed there rather than dropped in haste, and the parchment itself flipped over to show blankness. With a silent twitch of his will, the oaken door swung open. Hard as stones, the green eyes glared at him. "I admit that I am impressed, Harry," the old wizard said quietly. "The cloak of invisibility would have let you evade my lesser means of vision, but I did not sense my golem step aside, nor the stairs turning. How did you come here?" The boy walked into the office, step by deliberate step, until the door closed smoothly behind him. "I can go anywhere I choose, with or without permission," that boy said. His voice seemed calm, too calm, perhaps. "I am in your office because I decided to be here, and to hell with passwords. You are greatly mistaken, Headmaster Dumbledore, if you think that I stay in this school because I am a prisoner here. I simply have not chosen yet to leave. Now, keeping that in mind, why did you command your agent, Professor Snape, to break the agreement we made in this office, that he would not torment any student in her 4th year or below?" The old wizard looked at the angry young hero for a long moment. Then, slowly enough not to alarm the boy, those wizened fingers drew open one of the manifold drawers of the desk, lifted out a sheet of parchment, laid it upon the desk. 14, the old wizard said. "It is not the number of all the owls sent last night. Only the owls sent to families with a seat on the Wisengamot, or families of great wealth, or families already allied with your foes. Or, in the case of Robert Jugson, all 3, for his father, Lord Jugson, is a Death Eater, and his grandfather a Death Eater who died by Alastair Moody's wand. What the letters said, I do not know, but I can guess. Do you still not understand, Harry Potter?" Each time Hermione Granger won, as you put it, the danger to her from Slytherin grew again, and yet again. But now the Slytherins have triumphed over her, easily and safely, without violence or lasting harm. They have won, and need fight no more. The old wizard sighed. "So I had planned. So I had hoped. So it would have been if the defense professor had not taken it upon himself to intervene." Now the dispute goes to the Board of Governors, where Severus will seem to conquer the defense professor. But that will not feel the same to the Slytherins. It will not have been over and finished in a moment, to their satisfaction. The boy advanced further into the room, his head tilting back further to look up at the half-moon glasses, and somehow it was like the boy was looking down at the headmaster, rather than up. "So this Lord Jugson is a Death Eater," the boy said softly. "Good. His life is already bought and paid for then, and I can do anything I want to him without ethical problems. Harry." The boy's voice was clear as ice, frozen of purest water from some untouched spring. "You seem to think that the light should live in fear of the darkness. I say it should be the other way around. I prefer not to kill this Lord Jugson, even if he is a Death Eater." But 1 hour of brainstorming with the defense professor would be plenty of time to come up with some creative way to wreck him financially or get him exiled from magical Britain. That would serve to make the point, I think. "I confess," the old wizard said slowly, "that the thought of ruining a 500-year-old house and challenging a Death Eater to war to the finish over a scuffle in a Hogwarts hallway had not occurred to me, Harry." The old wizard lifted a finger to push back his half-moon glasses from where they had slid a little down his nose during his sudden motion earlier. "I dare say it would not occur to Miss Granger either, nor to Professor McGonagall, nor to Fred and George." The boy shrugged. "It wouldn't be about the hallways," the boy said. "It would be justice for his past crimes, and I'd only do it if Jugson made the first move. The point isn't to make people scared of me as a wild card, after all. It's to teach them that neutrals are perfectly safe from me, and poking me with a stick is incredibly dangerous." The boy smiled in a way that didn't reach his eyes. "Maybe I'll buy an ad in the Daily Prophet, saying that anyone who wants to carry on this dispute with me will learn the true meaning of chaos, but anyone who leaves me alone will be fine." "No," the old wizard said. His voice was deeper now, showing something of his true age and power. "No, Harry, that must not be. You have not yet learned the meaning of fighting, what truly happens when foes meet in battle. And so you dream, as young boys do, of teaching your foes to fear you. It frightens me that you, at far too young an age, might already have enough power to make some part of your dreams into reality. There is no turning of that road which does not lead into darkness, Harry, none. That is the way of a dark lord, for certain." The boy hesitated then, and his eyes flickered to the empty golden platform where Fox sometimes rested his wings. It was a gesture that few would have caught, but the old wizard knew it very well. "All right, forget the part about teaching them to fear me," the boy said then. His voice was no less hard, but some of the cold had gone from it. "I still don't think you should let children get hurt out of fear of what someone like Lord Jugson might do. Protecting them is the whole point of your job. If Lord Jugson really does try to get in your way, then do whatever it takes to stop him. Give me full access to my vaults, and I'll take personal responsibility for dealing with any fallout from banning bullies in Hogwarts, whether it's Lord Jugson or anyone else." Slowly, the old wizard shook his head. "You seem to think, Harry, that I need merely use my full power, and all foes will be swept aside. You are wrong. Lucius Malfoy controls Minister Fudge. Through the Daily Prophet he sways all Britain. Only by bare margins does he not control enough of the Board of Governors to oust me from Hogwarts. Amelia Bones and Bartemius Crouch are allies, but even they would step aside if they saw us acting wantonly. The world that surrounds you is more fragile than you seem to believe, and we must walk with greater care." The old wizarding war never ended, Harry. It only continued in a different form. The Black King slept, and Lucius Malfoy moved his chess pieces for a time. "Do you think Lucius Malfoy would lightly permit you to take a pawn of his color?" The boy smiled, now with a touch of coldness again. "Okay, I'll figure out some way to set it up so that it looks like Lord Jugson betrayed his own side." "Harry, obstacles mean you get creative, headmaster. It doesn't mean you abandon the children you're supposed to protect. Let the light win, and if trouble comes of it," the boy shrugged. "Let light win again. So might phoenixes speak if they had words," the old wizard said. "But you do not understand the phoenix's price." The last two words were spoken in a peculiarly clear voice that seemed to echo around the office, and then a huge rumbling noise seemed to come from all around them. Between the ancient shield on the wall and the sorting hat's hat rack, the stone of the walls began to flow and move, pouring itself into two framing columns and revealing a gap between them, an opening that showed a set of stone stairs leading upward into darkness. The old wizard turned and strode toward those stairs, and then looked back at where Harry Potter stood. "Come," said the old wizard. There was no twinkle now in those blue eyes. "Since you have already gone so far as to force your way here uninvited, you may as well go further." There were no railings on those stone steps, and after the first few steps, Harry drew his wand and cast Lumos. The headmaster did not look back, did not seem to be looking downward, as though he had climbed the steps often enough to have no need of vision. The boy knew that he should have been curious or frightened, but there was no spare brain capacity for that. It was taking all his control not to let the fury simmering inside him boil over any further than it already had. The stairs went on for only a short distance, one straight rising flight without turns or curves. At the top was a door of solid metal, looking black in the blue light cast from Harry's wand, meaning that the metal itself was either black or perhaps red. Albus Dumbledore lifted up his long wand like a brandished symbol, and again spoke in that strange voice which seemed to echo in Harry's ears, as though burning itself into his memory. Phoenix's fate. That last door opened, and Harry followed Dumbledore inside. The room beyond seemed to be made of black metal like the door that led to it. The walls were black, the floor was black. The ceiling above was black, but for a single globe of crystal that hung down from the ceiling on a white chain, and shone with a brilliant silver light that looked like it had been cast in imitation of Patronus light, though you could tell it wasn't the real thing. Within the room were pedestals of black metal, each bearing a moving picture, or an upright cylinder half filled with some faintly shining silver liquid, or a lone small object. A scorched silver necklace, a crushed hat, an untouched golden wedding ring. Many pedestals bore all three, the moving picture and the silver liquid and the item. There seemed to be a good many wizards' wands upon those pedestals, and many of those wands were broken or burned or looked like the wood had somehow melted. It took that long for Harry to realize what he was seeing, and then his throat suddenly choked. It was like the rage inside him had been hit a hammer blow, maybe the hardest hammer blow of his entire existence. "These are not all the fallen of all my wars," Albus Dumbledore said. His back was to Harry, only his grey locks and yellowish robes showed. "Not even nearly all of them. Only my closest friends, and those who died of my worst decisions. There is something of them here. Those I regret most of all, this is their place." Harry couldn't count how many pedestals were in the room. It might have been around 100. The room of black metal was not small, and there was clearly more space left in it for future pedestals. Albus Dumbledore turned and regarded Harry, the deep blue eyes set like steel in his brow, but his voice, when he spoke, was calm. "It seems to me that you know nothing of the Phoenix's price," Albus Dumbledore said quietly. "It seems to me that you are not an evil person, but most terribly ignorant and confident in your ignorance, as I once was, a long time ago. Yet I have never heard Fawkes so clearly as you seemed to that day. Perhaps I was already too old and full of grief when my Phoenix came to me. If there is something I do not understand about how ready I should be to fight, then tell me of this wisdom." There was no anger in the old wizard's voice. The impact that drove out your breath like falling off a broomstick was all in the scorched and shattered wands, gleaming gently in their death beneath the silver light. "Or else turn and go from this place, but then I wish to hear no more of it." Harry didn't know what to say. There had been nothing in his own life that was like this, and all the words seemed to fall away. He would find something to say if he looked, but he couldn't believe, in that moment, that the words would be meaningful. You shouldn't be able to win any possible argument just from people having died of your decisions, and yet even knowing that it felt like there was nothing to be said. That there was nothing Harry had any right to say. And Harry almost did turn and go from that place, except for the understanding which came to him then, that there was probably a part of Albus Dumbledore which always stood in this place, always, no matter where he was, and that if you stood in a place like this you could do anything, lose anything, if it meant that you didn't have to fight another time. One of the pedestals caught Harry's eye. The photograph on it did not move, did not smile or wave. It was a muggle photograph of a woman looking seriously at the camera, her brown hair twisted into braids of an ordinary muggle style that Harry hadn't seen on any witch. There was a cylinder of silvery liquid beside the photograph, but no object, no melted ring or broken wand. Harry walked forward slowly until he stood before the pedestal. Who was she? Harry said, his voice sounding strange in his own ears. Her name was Trisha Glasswell, said Dumbledore, the mother of a Muggle-born daughter who the Death Eaters killed. She was a detective of the Muggle government, and after that she fed information from the Muggle authorities to the Order of the Phoenix until she was betrayed into the hands of Voldemort. There was a catch in the old wizard's voice. She did not die well, Harry. Did she save lives? Harry said. Yes, the wizard said quietly. She did. Harry lifted his gaze from the pedestal to look at Dumbledore. Would the world be a better place if she hadn't fought? No, it would not, said the old wizard. His voice was tired and grieving. He seemed more bent now, as though he were folding in on himself. I see that you still do not understand. I think you will not understand until the day that you owe, Harry. So very long ago, when I was not much older than you are now, I learned the true face of violence and its cost. To fill the air with deadly curses, for any reason, Harry, it is an ill thing, and its nature is corrupted, as terrible as the darkest rituals. Violence, once begun, becomes like a letterfold that strikes at any life near it. I would spare you that lesson the way I learned it, Harry. Harry looked away from the blue eyes, cast his gaze down at the black metal of the floor. The headmaster was trying to tell him something important that was clear, and it wasn't something that Harry thought was stupid, either. There was a Muggle once named Mohandas Gandhi, Harry said to the floor. He thought the government of Muggle Britain shouldn't rule over his country, and he refused to fight. He convinced his whole country not to fight. Instead, he told his people to walk up to the British soldiers and let themselves be struck down without resisting, and when Britain couldn't stand doing that anymore, we freed his country. I thought it was a very beautiful thing. When I read about it, I thought it was something higher than all the wars that anyone had ever fought with guns or swords, that they'd really done that, and that it had actually worked. Harry drew another breath. Only then I found out that Gandhi told his people during World War Roman II that if the Nazis invaded, they should use non-violent resistance against them too. But the Nazis would have just shot everyone in sight. And maybe Winston Churchill always felt that there should have been a better way, some clever way to win without having to hurt anyone. But he never found it, and so he had to fight. Harry looked up at the headmaster, who was staring at him. Winston Churchill was the one who tried to convince the British government not to give Czechoslovakia to Hitler in exchange for a peace treaty, that they should fight right away. I recognize the name, Harry, said Dumbledore. The old wizard's lips twitched upward. Although honesty compels me to say that dear Winston was never one for pangs of conscience, even after a dozen shots of fire whiskey. The point is, Harry said, after a brief pause to remember exactly who he was talking to, and fight down the suddenly returning sense that he was an ignorant child gone insane with audacity who had no right to be in this room and no right to question Albus Dumbledore about anything. The point is, saying violence is evil isn't an answer. It doesn't say when to fight and when not to fight. It's a hard question, and Gandhi refused to deal with it, and that's why I lost some of my respect for him. And your own answer, Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. One answer is that you shouldn't ever use violence except to stop violence, Harry said. You shouldn't risk anyone's life except to save even more lives. It sounds good when you say it like that. Only the problem is that if a police officer sees a burglar robbing a house, the police officer should try to stop the burglar, even though the burglar might fight back and someone might get hurt or even killed. Even if the burglar is only trying to steal jewelry, which is just a thing. Because if nobody so much as inconveniences burglars, there will be more burglars and more burglars. And even if they only ever stole things each time, it would the fabric of society. Harry stopped. His thoughts weren't as ordered as they usually pretended to be in this room. He should have been able to give some perfectly logical exposition in terms of game theory, should have at least been able to see it that way, but it was eluding him. Hawks and doves. Don't you see, if evil people are willing to risk violence to get what they want, and good people always back down because violence is too terrible to risk, it's not a good society to live in, headmaster. Don't you realize what all this bullying is doing to Hogwarts, to Slytherin House most of all? War is too terrible to risk, the old wizard said. And yet it will come. Voldemort is returning. The black chess pieces are gathering. Severus is one of the most important pieces our own side possesses in that war. But our evil potions master must, as the saying goes, keep up appearances. If Severus can pay that keep by hurting the feelings of children, only their feelings, Harry. The old wizard's voice was very soft. You would have to be most terribly innocent in the ways of war to think he had made a poor bargain. Hard decisions do not look like that, Harry. They look like this. The old wizard did not gesture. He simply stood where he was, among the pedestals. You shouldn't be headmaster, Harry said through the burning in his throat. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, but you shouldn't try to be a school principal and run a war at the same time. Hogwarts shouldn't be part of this. The children will survive, the old wizard said with tired old eyes. They would not survive Voldemort. Have you wondered why the children of Hogwarts do not speak much of their parents, Harry? It is because there is always, within earshot, someone who has lost their mother or father or both. That is what Voldemort left behind the last time he came. Nothing is worth that war beginning again even one day earlier than it must, or lasting one day longer than it must. The old wizard did gesture now, as though to indicate all the shattered wands. We did not fight because it seemed righteous to do so. We fought when we had to, when there was no other way left. That was our answer. Is that why you waited so long to confront Grindelwald? Harry had uttered the question without quite thinking. There was a slow time while the blue eyes searched him. Who have you been talking to, Harry? Said the old wizard. No, do not answer. I already know. Dumbledore sighed. Many have asked me that question, and always I have turned them aside. Yet in time you must learn the full truth of that matter. Will you swear never to speak of it to another until I give you leave? Harry would have liked to be allowed to tell Draco, but I swear, Harry said. Grindelwald possessed an ancient and terrible device, said Dumbledore. While he held it, I could not break his defense. In our duel I could not win, only fight him for long hours until he fell in exhaustion, and I would have died of it afterward, if not for Fawkes. But while his Muggle allies yet made blood sacrifice to sustain him, Grindelwald would not have fallen. He was, during that time, truly invincible. Of that grim device which Grindelwald held, none must know, none must suspect, there must be not a single hint. And therefore you must not speak of it, and I will say no more for now. That is all, Harry. There is no moral to it and no wisdom. That is all there is. Harry slowly nodded. It wasn't entirely implausible by the standards of magic. And then, Dumbledore's voice went on, even quieter, almost as though he were speaking to himself. Since it was I who felled him, they obeyed me when I said he should not die, though they cried by the thousands for his blood. So he was imprisoned in Nurmengard, in the prison that he built, and he abides there until this day. I went to that duel without any intent to kill him, Harry, because, you see, I had tried to kill Grindelwald once before, a long time ago, and it proved to be, a mistake, Harry. The old wizard was staring now at his long dark grey wand where he held it in both hands, as though it were a crystal ball out of Muggle fantasy, a scrying pool within which answers could be found. And I thought that I should never kill, and then came Voldemort. The old wizard looked back up at Harry and said in a hoarse voice, He is not like Grindelwald, Harry. There is nothing human left in him. Him you must destroy. You must not hesitate when the time comes. To him alone, of all the creatures in this world, you must show no mercy, and when you are done you must forget it, forget that you ever did such a thing and go back to living. Save your fury for that and that alone. In that office there was silence. It lasted for some many long seconds, and finally was broken by a single question. Are there Dementors in Nurmengard? What? Said the old wizard. No. I would not have done that even to him. The old wizard stared at the young boy who had straightened, and his face changed. In other words, the boy said, as though talking to himself without any other people in the room, it's already known how to keep powerful dark wizards in prison without using Dementors. People know they know that. Harry. No, the boy said. The boy looked up, and his eyes were blazing like green fire. I do not accept your answer, headmaster. Fawkes gave me a mission, and I know now why Fawkes gave that mission to me, and not to you. You are willing to accept balances of power where the bad guys end up winning. I am not. That, too, is not an answer, the old wizard said. His face showed nothing of his hurt. He had long practice in concealing pain. Refusing to accept something does not change it. I wonder now if you are simply too young to understand this matter, Harry, despite your outward airs. Only in children's fantasies can all battles be won, and not a single evil tolerated. And that's why I can destroy Dementors and you can't, said the boy, because I believe that the darkness can be broken. The old wizard's breath stopped in his throat. The Phoenix's price isn't inevitable, the boy said. It's not part of some deep balance built into the universe. It's just the parts of the problem where you haven't figured out yet how to cheat. The old wizard's lips parted, and no words came forth, silver light falling on shattered wands. Fox gave me a mission, the boy repeated, and I will carry out that mission if I must break the entire ministry to do it. That's the part of the answer that you're missing. You don't stop and say, oh well, guess I can't possibly figure out any way to stop bullying in Hogwarts, and leave it at that. You just keep looking until you figure out how to do it. If that requires breaking Lucius Malfoy's entire conspiracy, fine. And the true fight, the fight against Voldemort, the old wizard said in an unsteady voice. What will you do to win that, Harry? Will you break the whole world? Even if someday you gain such power, you are not yet beyond prices, and perhaps you never will be. For you to act this way now is nothing short of madness. I asked Professor Quirrell why he'd laughed, the boy said evenly, after he awarded Hermione those 100 points. And Professor Quirrell said, these aren't his exact words, but it's pretty much what he said, that he'd found it tremendously amusing that the great and good Albus Dumbledore had been sitting there doing nothing as this poor innocent girl begged for help, while he had been the one to defend her. And he told me then that by the time good and moral people were done tying themselves up in knots, what they usually did was nothing, or, if they did act, you could hardly tell them apart from the people called bad. Whereas he could help innocent girls any time he felt like it, because he wasn't a good person. And that I ought to remember that, any time I considered growing up to be good. The old wizard did not show the force of the blow. Only a slight widening of his eyes would have betrayed it if you had been watching him very closely. Don't worry, headmaster, said the boy. I haven't got my wires crossed. I know that I'm supposed to learn goodness from Hermione and Fox, not from Professor Quirrell and you, which brings me to the actual reason why I came here. Hermione's time is too valuable to waste in detentions. Professor Snape will revoke it, claiming that I blackmailed him. After a hesitation, the old wizard nodded his head, the silver beard swaying slowly beneath. That would not be best for her, Harry, the old wizard said. But the detention can be put down as being served with Professor Binns, and you and she can study together in his classroom. Fine, the boy said. I think that was all the business we had together in the end. You may expect, the next time you seem to be working on the side of the bad guys or letting them win, that I will do whatever I think Fox would tell me to, regardless of how much trouble comes of it. I hope we're both clear on that. Without another word, the boy turned and walked out of the room, through the open door of black metal, the words Lumos, and the light of his wand following a moment later. The old wizard stood there silent, silent amid the ruins of the lives which his own life had left behind. His wrinkled hand rose, shaking, to touch at his half-moon glasses. The boy poked his head back in. Would you mind switching on the stairs, headmaster? I'd rather not go through all the work again to leave the same way I came. Go, Harry Potter, the old wizard said. The stairs will receive you. Some time later, an earlier version of Harry, who had invisibly waited next to the gargoyle since 9 p.m., followed the deputy headmistress through the opening that parted for her, stood quietly behind her on the turning stairs until they came to the top, and then, still under the cloak, spun his time-turner thrice. Aftermath, Professor Quirrell, and in a shadowy clearing the defense professor waited. His back leaned negligently against the rough grey bark of a towering beech tree as yet unleaved in the late March days, so that its trunk and crown seemed like a pale arm reaching up from the ground and exploding into a hand of 1,000 fingers. Around the defense professor and above him were branches so dense that even in the earliest spring, with few trees so much as budding, you could have hardly seen the sky from the ground. The strands of the wooden net crossed and proliferated so many times that if you were on a broomstick above, searching for someone below, you would have found it easier to follow your ears than your eyes. Nor would it have helped that it was almost dark amid the prohibited woods, the unseen sun almost set, so that only a few glows of fading sunlight illuminated the tops of the tallest trees. Then came the faintest sound of footsteps, almost inaudible even on the forest ground, the gait of a man accustomed to passing unseen. No twig snapped, nor leaf rustled. "Good afternoon," said Professor Quirrell. The defense professor did not trouble to move his eyes or his hands from where they rested negligently at his side. A figure clad in a black cloak shimmered into existence, his head turning to look left and then right. In the figure's right hand, gripped low, was a wand of wood so grey it was almost silver. "I do not know why you wish to meet here of all places," said Severus Snape, his voice cool. "Oh," Professor Quirrell said idly, as though the whole matter was of the least importance, "I thought you would prefer privacy. The walls of Hogwarts have ears, and you would not wish the headmaster to know of your role in yesterday's affair, would you?" The March chill seemed to grow deeper, the temperature further fall. "I don't know what you're talking about," the potions master said icily. "You know perfectly well what we're talking about," said Professor Quirrell in an amused voice. "Really, my good professor, you should not meddle in the affairs of idiots, unless you are ready to defend yourself upon the instant from all their violence." The defense professor's hands still lay relaxed and open at his side. "And yet none of those idiots seem to remember the sight of you falling, nor do the young ladies recall your presence. Which raises the fascinating question of why you would go to the extraordinary length, I dare say the desperate length, of casting 52 memory charms." Professor Quirrell tilted his head. "Would you fear so much the opinions of mere students? I think not. Would you dread the matter becoming known to your good friend, Lord Malfoy? But those fools, upon the very spot, invented a quite satisfactory excuse for your presence. No, there is only one person who holds so much power over you, and who would be most perturbed to find you executing any plot without his knowledge. Your true and hidden master, Albus Dumbledore." "What?" hissed the potions master, the anger plain upon his face. "But now, it seems, you are moving on your own, and so I find myself most intrigued as to what you could possibly be doing, and why." The defense professor regarded the black-clad silhouette of the potions master with the scrutiny a man might give an exceptionally interesting bug, even if it was still ultimately just a bug. "I am no servant of Dumbledore's," the potions master said coldly. "Really, what astonishing news." The defense professor smiled slightly. "Do tell me all about it." There was a long pause. From some tree an owl hooted, the sound huge in the silence. Neither man startled or flinched. "You don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell," Severus Snape said, his voice very soft. "I don't," said Professor Quirrell. "How would you know?" "On the other hand," the potions master continued, voice still soft, "my friends enjoy many advantages." The man leaning against the grey bark raised his eyebrows. "Such as?" "There is much that I know of this school," said the potions master. "Things you might not think I knew." There was an expectant pause. "How incredibly fascinating," said Professor Quirrell. The man was examining his fingernails with a bored look. "Do go on. I know you have been investigating the third-floor corridor. You know nothing of the sort." The man's back straightened against the wood. "Do not bluff against me, Severus Snape. I find it annoying, and you are in no position to annoy me. A single glance would tell any competent wizard that the headmaster has laced that corridor with a ridiculous quantity of wards and webs, triggers and tripsins, and more. There are charms laid there of ancient power, magical constructs of which I have heard not even rumors, techniques that must have been disgorged from the hoarded lore of Flamel himself. Even he who must not be named would have had trouble passing those without notice." Professor Quirrell tapped a thoughtful finger on his cheek. "And for the actual lark, a collar portus laid on an ordinary doorknob, cast so weakly that it could not have kept out Miss Granger on the day she entered Hogwarts. Never before in my existence have I encountered such a blatant trap." Now, the defense professor narrowed his eyes. "I know of no one left in the world against whom such fantastic feats of detection would serve any useful purpose. If there is some wizard possessed of ancient lore, of whom I know nothing, against whom this trap is set, you may trade that information for as much silence as you like, my dear professor, and a good serving of my favor left over afterward." You could have sworn that Professor Quirrell was watching Severus Snape with keen interest. Not the faintest trace of a smile crossed the man's lips. There was another long silence in the clearing. "I do not know who Dumbledore fears," Snape said, "but I know what bait he has set out, and somewhat of how it is truly guarded. As to that," said Professor Quirrell, sounding bored again, "I stole it months ago and left a fake in its place. But thank you kindly for asking." "You're lying," said Severus Snape after a pause. "Yes, I am." Professor Quirrell leaned back against the grey wood again, his eyes drifting up to the dense net of branches, the falling night scarcely visible between the complex crossings. "I simply wished to learn whether you would call me on it, since you are pretending to know so little." The defense professor smiled to himself. The potion's master looked like he was about to choke on his own fury. "What do you want?" "Nothing, really," said the defense professor, continuing to gaze at the forest ceiling. "I was only curious. I suppose I shall just watch and see where your plotting goes, and meanwhile I will say nothing to the headmaster, so long as you are willing to do me a favor now and then, of course." A dry smile crossed the face. "You are dismissed for now, Severus Snape. Though I wouldn't mind having another little chat soon, if you're willing to speak with me honestly of where your loyalties lie. And I do mean honestly, not the false faces you've shown today. You might find you have more allies than you thought. Take some time to think it over, my friend." Aftermath. Draco Malfoy and a rainbow hemisphere, a dome of solid force with little chromaticity of its own, which sent back the infringing light in splintered reflections, iridescent in many colors, as it fractured the shine of the many-splendored chandeliers of the Slytherin common room. Sheltered beneath the rainbow hemisphere, the terrified face of a young witch who had never fought bullies, who had not joined any of Professor Quirrell's armies, who was getting acceptable marks at best in her defense class, who could not have cast a prismatic barrier even to save her own life. "Oh, stop it," said Draco Malfoy, making his voice sound bored despite the sweat that had broken out underneath his robes, as he kept his wand pointed at the barrier that was sheltering Millicent Bulstrode. He couldn't remember making the decision. There'd just been the two older boys about to hex Millicent, the common room silently staring, and then Draco's hand had just drawn his wand and cast the barrier, leaving his heart to pump itself full of shocked adrenaline while his poor sad brain frantically racked itself for explanations. The two older boys were straightening up from where they'd been looming over Millicent, turning to Draco, looking at him with a mixture of shock and anger. Gregory and Vincent beside him had already drawn their own wands, but weren't pointing them. All three of them together couldn't have one, anyway. But the older boys wouldn't hex him. Nobody could possibly be stupid enough to hex the next Lord Malfoy. It wasn't fear of being hexed that was making Draco sweat beneath his robes, as he desperately hoped the beads of water weren't visible on his forehead. Draco was sweating because of the dawning and sickening certainty that even if he got away with this now, if he kept down this path, there would come a time when it would all come crashing down, and then he might not be the next Lord Malfoy anymore. "Mr. Malfoy," said the oldest-looking boy, "why are you protecting her?" "So you've located the mistress of the conspiracy," Draco said with a number 2 sneer. "And it's, let me get this straight now, a first-year girl named Millicent Bulstrode." "She's just a conduit, you niddlewit." "So," demanded the older boy, "she still helped them." Draco lifted his wand and the prismatic sphere winked out. Still talking in a bored voice, Draco said, "Did you know what you were doing, Miss Bulstrode?" "No," Millicent stammered from where she was still sitting at her desk. "Did you know where the Slytherin messages you were passing on were going to?" "No," said Millicent. "Thank you," Draco said. "All of you please leave her alone. She's just a pawn." "Miss Bulstrode, you may consider the favor you did me in February to have been repaid." And Draco turned back to his potions homework, hoping to Merlin and back again that Millicent didn't say anything incredibly stupid like what favor. "Then why," a voice said clearly from across the room, "did those witches go where a note from Millicent told them to go?" Sweating even more, Draco lifted his head again to look at where Randolph Lee had spoken. "What did the fake note say exactly?" Said Draco. "Was it, 'I command you to go forth in the name of the Dark Lady Bulstrode,' or 'Please meet me here, sincerely Millicent'?" Randolph Lee opened his mouth, hesitated for a fractional second. "I thought so," said Draco. "That wasn't a very good test, Mr. Lee. It hit Can, a frantic, nerve-wracking moment, while he figured out how to say it without using hairy words like false positive." It can get the witches to go there if any of them is just friends with Millicent. As though the matter had been entirely settled, Draco looked down again at his potions homework, ignoring, except for the feeling of sick dread in his stomach, the whispers from around the room. It was only out of the corner of his eye that he caught Gregory staring at him. Draco's eyes rested on his astronomy homework, but he couldn't make his mind focus there. If you were trying not to think about things, Harry Potter had said, pretty much the worst possible thing you could do was look at your textbook's pictures of the night sky and try to remember what you weren't supposed to know about how the planets wandered. Astronomy, a noble and prestigious art, a sign of learning and knowledge. Only Muggles possessed secret modern artifacts which could do it 1,000,000,000,000 times better using methods that Harry had tried to explain, and which Draco still couldn't begin to understand, except that apparently it didn't even take magic to make things do arithmancy. Draco looked at the pictures of constellations and wondered if it was like this in the other houses, if people were always threatening each other in Ravenclaw. Harry Potter had told him once that soldiers on a battlefield didn't really fight for their country. Patriotism might get them to the battlefield in the first place, but once they were there, they fought to protect each other, the friends they'd trained with who were right in front of them. And Harry had observed, and Draco had known that it was true, that you couldn't use loyalty to a leader to power a Patronus charm. It wasn't quite the right kind of warm and happy thought. Thinking of protecting someone beside you, that, Harry Potter had said thoughtfully, was probably why the Death Eaters had fallen apart the moment the Dark Lord had departed. They hadn't been warm enough to each other. You could recruit a group that included Bellatrix Black and Amicus Carrow alongside Lord Malfoy and Mr. Macnair, and keep them in line with the Cruciatus curse. But the instant the Master of the Dark Mark was gone, you didn't have an army anymore. You had a circle of acquaintances. That was why Father had failed. It hadn't even really been his fault. There had been nothing Father could have done after inheriting Death Eaters who weren't really friends with each other. And even though it was Slytherin House, he was supposed to defend Slytherin House, which he and Harry had formed a pact to save. Sometimes Draco couldn't help but think that it was just less wearisome when he was leading army practices, when he was working with students from the other three houses that weren't Slytherin. Once you saw and named the problems, you couldn't stop seeing them. It just got more annoying every day. "Mr. Malfoy," said the voice of Gregory Goyle, from where he was lying on the floor beside Draco's desk in the small but private bedroom. Gregory was doing his transfiguration homework, on which he often needed help. Any distraction was welcome at this point. "Yes," said Draco. "You weren't really plotting against Granger at all," said Gregory. "Were you?" The sensation spreading through Draco's stomach felt just like Gregory's voice sounded, sickened and afraid. "You actually were helping Granger that day you picked her up off the floor," said Gregory. "And before that time you kept her from falling off the roof. You helped a mudblood." "Yeah, right," said Draco sarcastically, without the slightest hesitation or delay, looking back down at his astronomy homework like he wasn't the least bit nervous. It was all happening the way Draco had feared it would, but at least that meant he played this conversation in his head over and over, coming up with the right opening gambit. "Come on, Gregory. You've dueled General Granger. You know how strong her spells are. Like a real Muggle spawn is going to be more powerful than you, more powerful than Theodore, more powerful than every single pureblood in our whole school year except me. Don't you actually believe in anything Father says? She's adopted. Her parents died in the war and someone stuck her with a couple of Muggles to hide her. No way is General Granger a real mudblood." A slow pulse of silence through Draco's bedroom. Draco wanted to know, needed to know what look was on Gregory's face. But he couldn't look up from his desk, not yet, not until Gregory spoke first. And then, "Is that what Harry Potter said to you?" said Gregory. The voice wavered and broke. When Draco looked up from his homework, he saw that tears were leaking out of Gregory's eyes. Apparently that hadn't worked. "I don't know what to do," Gregory said in a whisper. "I don't know what to do now, Mr. Malfoy. Your father isn't, when he finds out, he's not going to like it, Mr. Malfoy. It's not your job to decide what Father will like." Goyle Draco could hear the words in his head. They sounded in Father's voice, with the same sternness. It was the sort of thing Father had told him to say if Vincent or Gregory ever questioned him. And if that didn't work, he was to hex them. They were not equal friends, Father had said, and he wasn't ever to forget it. Draco was in charge, they were his servants, and if Draco couldn't keep it that way, then he wasn't fit to inherit House Malfoy. "It's all right, Gregory," Draco said, as gently as he could. "All you've got to do is worry about protecting me. Nobody's going to blame you for following my orders, not my father, not yours," putting all the warmth he could into his voice, like trying to cast a patronus charm. "And anyway, the next war isn't going to be the same as the last one. House Malfoy was around long before the Dark Lord, and not every Lord Malfoy does the same thing. Father knows that." "Does he?" said Gregory in trembling voice. "Does he really?" Draco nodded. "Professor Quirrell knows it too," said Draco. "It's what the armies are about. The defense professor's right. When the next war comes, Father won't be able to unite the whole country. They'll remember the last war. But anyone who's fought in Professor Quirrell's armies will remember who the strongest generals were. They'll know who's worthy to lead them. They'll proclaim Harry Potter their lord, and I'll be his right hand, and House Malfoy will come out on top, like always. People might even turn to me if Potter isn't there, so long as they think I'm trustworthy. That's what I'm setting up now. Father will understand." Gregory reached up and wiped his eyes, looking down again at his transfiguration homework. "Okay," Gregory said in a shaky voice. "If you say so, Mr. Malfoy." Draco nodded again, ignoring the hollow feeling inside himself at the lies he'd just told his friend, and turned back to the stars. Aftermath. Hermione Granger and being invisible should have been more interesting than this. The corridors of Hogwarts should have been outlined in strange colors or something. But actually, Hermione thought, being under Harry's invisibility cloak was exactly like not being under an invisibility cloak, except for the cloak part. When you pulled the veil of soft black cloth down from the hood and over your face, you couldn't even see it stretching in front of you, and afterward it didn't seem to impede your breathing. And the world looked just the same, except that when you walked past things of metal, you didn't see any small reflections of yourself. Portraits never looked at you, only did whatever strange things they did when they were alone. Hermione hadn't tried walking past a mirror yet. She wasn't sure she wanted to. Most of all, there was no you anymore as you walked around. No hands, no feet, just a changing point of view. It was an unnerving feeling, not so much of being invisible as of not existing. Harry hadn't questioned her at all. She just got out the word, invisibility. And then Harry was drawing his invisibility cloak from his pouch. She hadn't even been given a chance to explain about her extremely secret meeting with Daphne and Millicent Bulstrode, or that she thought it would help protect the other girls. Harry had just handed over what was probably a deathly hallow. If you were fair, and she did try to be fair, she had to admit that sometimes Harry could be a very true friend. The secret meeting itself had been a great big failure. Millicent had claimed to be a seer. Hermione had carefully explained to Millicent and Daphne at considerable length that this could not possibly be true. She and Harry had looked up divination early on in their research. Harry had insisted that they read everything they could find about prophecies that wasn't in the restricted section. As Harry had observed, it would save a lot of effort if they could just get a seer to prophesy everything they would figure out 35 years later. Or to put it in Harry's terms, any means of obtaining information transmitted from the distant future was potentially an instant global victory condition. But, as Hermione had explained to Millicent, prophesying wasn't controllable. There was no way to ask for a prophecy about anything in particular. Instead, the books had said, there was a sort of pressure that built up in time when some huge event was trying to happen or stop itself from happening. And seers were like weak points that let out the pressure when the right listener was nearby. So prophecies were only about big, important things, because only that generated enough pressure. And you almost never got more than one seer saying the same thing, because afterward the pressure was gone. And as Hermione had further explained to Millicent, the seers themselves didn't remember their prophecies, because the message wasn't for them. And the messages would come out in riddles, and only someone who heard the prophecy in the seer's original voice would hear all the meaning that was in the riddle. There was no possible way that Millicent could just give out a prophecy any time she wanted about school bullies and then remember it, and if she had it would have come out as the skeleton is the key, and not Susan Bones has to be there. Millicent had been looking rather frightened at this point, so Hermione had relaxed her fists where they'd been jammed on her hips, calmed herself down, and stated carefully that she was glad Millicent had helped them. But they had sometimes walked into traps following what Millicent said, and so Hermione really did want to know where the messages had actually come from. And Millicent had said in a small voice, but she told me that she was a seer. Hermione had told Daphne not to press it, after Millicent had refused to give up her source. It wasn't just that Hermione had felt awful about the scared look on Millicent's face. It was that Hermione had a strong feeling that if they did find the person who'd been telling Millicent things, why, they would turn out to just be finding envelopes under their pillow in the morning. She was getting that same despairing feeling she'd gotten in the battle before Christmas, looking at Zabini's charts with all the colored lines and boxes and she had only just now realized what it meant that Zabini had been the one showing her that chart. Even for a Ravenclaw, she felt, there was such a thing as having your life get overly complicated. Hermione began ascending a short spiral of yellow marble steps protruding from a central spine, a poorly kept, secret staircase that was actually one of the fastest ways up from the Slytherin dungeons to the Ravenclaw Tower, but which only witches could traverse. Why girls in particular needed a quick way to move from Ravenclaw to Slytherin and back was something Hermione found a bit puzzling. At the top of the staircase, now that she was away from Slytherin places and back into the main parts of Hogwarts, Hermione stopped and took off Harry's invisibility cloak. After her pouch had swallowed the cloak, Hermione turned right and started to walk down a short passageway, now automatically keeping an eye out in all directions without really thinking about it, and her constantly scanning eyes glanced into a shadowy alcove, fleeting disorientation, and then a rush of shock and fear hit her like a stunning hex over her whole body. She found that without any thought or any conscious decision her wand had leaped into her hand and was already pointed at. A black cloak so wide and billowing that it was impossible to determine whether the figure beneath was male or female, and atop the cloak a broad-brimmed black hat, and a black mist seemed to gather beneath it and obscure the face of whoever or whatever might lie beneath. "Hello again, Hermione," whispered a sibilant voice from beneath the black hat, from behind the black mist. Hermione's heart was already pounding hugely inside her chest. Her witch's robes felt already sweat-dampened against her skin. There was a taste of fear already in her mouth. She didn't know why she was so suddenly filled up with adrenaline, but her hand gripped harder on her wand. "Who are you?" Hermione demanded. The hat tilted slightly. The whispery voice, when it came forth from the black mist, sounded dry as dust. "The last ally," spoke the sibilant whisper. "The one who finally answers, when no other will answer you. I am perhaps the only true friend you have in all Hogwarts, Hermione, for you have now seen how the others stayed silent when you were in need. What's your name?" The black cloak rotated slightly, back and forth. It didn't look like shoulders shrugging, but it conveyed a shrug. "That is the riddle, young Ravenclaw. Until you solve it, you may call me whatever you wish." She could feel her palm already sweaty and was thankful for the spiral grooves on her wand that helped her hand keep a steady grip on the wood. "Well, Mr. Incredibly Suspicious Person," Hermione said, "what do you want with me?" "That is the wrong question," came the whisper from Black Mist. "You should ask, rather, what I can offer you." "No," the young girl said quite steadily. "I don't think I should be asking that, actually." A high-pitched chuckle from behind the Black Mist. "Not power," whispered the voice. "Not wealth. You care little for such things, do you, young Ravenclaw? Knowledge, that is what I possess. I know what is unfolding within this school, all the hidden plans and players, the answers of the riddle. I know the true reason for the coldness you see in Harry Potter's eyes. I know the true nature of Professor Quirrell's mysterious illness. I know who Dumbledore truly fears." "Good for you," said Hermione Granger. "But do you know how many licks it takes to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?" The black mist seemed to darken slightly. The voice sounded lower when it spoke, disappointed. "So you are not even curious, young Ravenclaw, about the truths behind the lies?" 187, she said. "I tried it once, and that's how many it came out to." Her hand was almost slipping on her wand. There was a sense of fatigue in her fingers, like she'd been holding the wand for hours instead of minutes. The voice hissed. "Professor Snape is a hidden Death Eater." Hermione almost dropped her wand. "Ah," the voice whispered in satisfaction. I thought that might interest you. So, Hermione, is there anything else you would like to know about your enemies or those you call friends? She stared up at the black mist that topped the towering black cloak, frantically trying to order her thoughts. Professor Snape was a Death Eater. Who would tell her something like that? Why, what was going on? That's, Hermione said. Her voice was quavering. That's extremely serious business if it's really true. Why are you telling something like that to me and not to Headmaster Dumbledore? Dumbledore did nothing to stop Snape, the black mist whispered. You saw it, Hermione. The rot at Hogwarts begins at the top. Everything that is wrong with this school, it all begins with the mad headmaster. You alone dared to call him out for it, and therefore I speak to you. And have you also spoken to Harry Potter then? Hermione said, keeping her voice as even as she could. If this was his helpful ghost, the black mist darkened and lightened, like a shake of the head. I am frightened of Harry Potter, it whispered, of the coldness in his eyes, of the darkness that grows behind them. Harry Potter is a killer, and anyone who is an obstacle to him will die. Even you, Hermione Granger, if you dare truly oppose him, the darkness behind his eyes will reach out and destroy you. This I know. Then you don't know half of what you pretend to know, Hermione said, her voice a little firmer. I'm scared of Harry too, but not because of what he might ever do to me. I'm scared of what he might do to protect me. Wrong. The whisper was flat and hard, as if to brook no possibility of denial. Harry Potter will turn against you in time, Hermione, when the darkness takes him fully. He will not shed a tear, he will not even notice, on the day his footsteps finally crush you underneath. Double wrong, she said back in a rising voice, even though there were chills going down her spine. One of Harry's phrases came to her. Just what do you think you know, and how do you think you know it, anyway? The voice seemed to catch itself. Time enough for that later. For now, for today, indeed Harry Potter is not your enemy, and yet you are in gravest danger. I can believe that, said Hermione Granger. She desperately wanted to shift her wand to her other hand. She felt like she needed to grab her right arm just to keep it up. Her head ached like she'd been staring at the black mist for days. She didn't know why she'd gotten tired so quickly. Lucius Malfoy has taken notice of you, Hermione. The whisper had risen, departed from its tonelessness, taken on a note of audible concern. You have humiliated Slytherin House. You have defeated his son in battle. Even before then, you were an embarrassment to all who stand with the Death Eaters. For you are a Muggle-born, and yet you possess a power of wizardry greater than any pureblood. And now you are becoming known, the eyes of the world on you. Lucius Malfoy seeks to crush you, Hermione, to hurt you and perhaps even kill you, and he has the means to do it. The whisper had grown urgent. There was a pause. Is that all? Hermione said. If she was ex-Colonel Zabini or Harry Potter, she'd probably be asking clever questions to gather more information, but her mind felt slow and fatigued. She really needed to get out of here and go lie down for a while. You don't believe me, the whisper said, softer and sadder now. Why not, Hermione? I am trying to help you. Hermione took a step backward, away from the shadowy alcove. Why not, Hermione? Demanded the voice, rising to a hiss. You owe me that much. Tell me, and then, the voice caught and came back quieter. And then you can go, I suppose. Only tell me why. Maybe she shouldn't have answered. Maybe she should have just turned and fled, or better yet, cast a prismatic wall first, and then screamed at the top of her lungs as she ran. But it was the note of real pain in the voice that caught her, and so she answered. Because you look incredibly dark and scary and suspicious, Hermione said, keeping her voice polite, as her wand stayed level on the towering black cloak and the faceless black mist. That's all, whispered the voice incredulously. Sadness seemed to infuse it. I hoped for better from you, Hermione. Surely such a Ravenclaw as you, the most intelligent Ravenclaw to grace Hogwarts in a generation, knows that appearances can be misleading. Oh, I know it, said Hermione. She took another step back, her tired fingers tightening on the wand. But the thing that people forget sometimes is that even though appearances can be misleading, they're usually not. There was a pause. You are the clever one, said the voice, and the black mist evaporated away, no longer obscuring. She saw the face beneath, and recognition sent a jolt of terrified adrenaline bursting through her, fleeting disorientation. And then a rush of shock and fear hit her like a stunning hex over her whole body. She found that without any thought or any conscious decision, her wand had leaped into her hand and was already pointed at. A shining lady, her long white dress billowing about her as though in invisible winds. Neither her hands nor her feet were visible, her face hidden beneath a white veil, and she was glowing all over, not like a ghost, not transparent, just surrounded by soft white light. Hermione stared open-mouthed at the gentle sight, wondering why her heart was already hammering and why she felt so scared. "Hello again, Hermione," the kindly whisper emanated from the white glow behind the veil. "I've been sent to help you, so please don't be afraid. I am your servant in all things, for you, my lady, are the bearer of a most marvelous destiny." 78. Taboo Trade-Off's Prelude, Cheating. It was Saturday, on the 4th of April, in the year 1992. Mr. and Mrs. Davis looked rather nervous as they sat in a certain special section of the Hogwarts Quidditch stands, though today the cushioned benches did not look upon flying broomsticks, but rather viewed a gigantic square of something like parchment, a great white blankness soon to flicker with windows into grass and soldiers. For now it showed only the reflected dull grey colour of the surrounding overcast skies. Looking rather stormy, though the weather wizards had promised that the rain wouldn't break before nightfall. Ordinarily, it was the ancient tradition of Hogwarts that mere parents were to stay out, for much the same reason that impatient children are told to get out of the kitchen and not meddle in the cook's affairs. The only reason for a parent-teacher conference was if a teacher felt that a parent wasn't shaping up properly. It took an exceptional circumstance to make the Hogwarts administration feel that it had to justify itself to you. On any given occasion, generally speaking, the Hogwarts administration was backed up by 800 years of distinguished history, and you were not. Thus it had been with some trepidation that Mr. and Mrs. Davis had insisted on an audience with Deputy Headmistress McGonagall. It was hard to muster a proper sense of indignation when you were confronting the same dignified witch who, 12 years and 4 months earlier, had given both of you 2 weeks' detention after catching you in the act of conceiving Tracy. On the other hand, Mr. and Mrs. Davis's courage had been helped by angrily waving about a copy of the Quibbler whose headline showed, in bright, bold text for all the world to see, "Pacts with Potter." Bones, Davis, Granger in love rectangle of fear, and so Mr. and Mrs. Davis had argued their way into the faculty box of the Hogwarts Quidditch stands, where they were now ensconced with an excellent view of Professor Quirrell's enchanted screens, so that the two of them could see for themselves just what the fiddly snarks has been going on in this school, if you'll pardon the expression, Deputy Headmistress McGonagall. Seated to the left of Mr. Davis was another concerned parent, a white-haired man in elegant black robes of unmatchable quality, one Lucius Malfoy, political leader of the strongest faction of the Wisengamot. To the left of Lord Malfoy, a sneeringly aristocratic man with a scarred face who had been introduced to them as Lord Jugson. Then an elderly but sharp-eyed fellow named Charles Knott, rumoured to be nearly as wealthy as Lord Malfoy, seated on Lord Jugson's left. On the right of Mrs. Davis, one would find the comely lady, and yet handsomer lord of the noble and most ancient house of Greengrass. Young they were as wizards counted age, garbed in grey silken robes set with tiny dark emeralds embroidered into the shape of grass blades. The Lady Greengrass was considered a key swing vote on the Wisengamot, her own mother having retired from the body with surprising speed. Her charming husband, though his family was not noble or wealthy of itself, had taken a seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. To their right, a square-jawed and incredibly tough-looking old witch, who had shaken hands with Mr. and Mrs. Davis without the slightest hint of condescension. This was Amelia Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. To Amelia's right was a seniorish woman who had set the fashion scene of magical Britain on its ear by integrating a live vulture into her hat, one Augusta Longbottom. Though she was not addressed as Lady, Madam Longbottom would exercise the full rights of the Longbottom family for so long as their last scion had yet to attain his majority, and she was considered a prominent figure in a minority faction of the Wisengamot. At the side of Madam Longbottom was seated none other than Chief Warlock Supreme Mugwump, Headmaster Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, legendary defeater of Grindelwald, protector of Britain, rediscoverer of the fabled 12 uses of dragon's blood, the most powerful wizard in the world, and C, and finally, on the far right, one would find the enigmatic defense professor of Hogwarts, Quirrell, who was leaning back on the cushioned benches as though resting, seeming entirely and naturally at ease in the rarefied company of a voting quorum of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, which had dropped by on this fine Saturday to learn just what the fiddly snarks had been going on at Hogwarts in general, and with Draco Malfoy, Theodore Nott, Daphne Greengrass, Susan Bones, and Neville Longbottom in particular. The name of Harry Potter had also been much discussed. Oh, and one mustn't forget Tracy Davis, of course. Director Bones's eyebrows had climbed in some interest upon hearing the young couple introduced as her parents. Lord Jugson had given them a brief, incredulous stare before dismissing them with a snort. Lucius Malfoy had greeted them politely, his smile containing a hint of grim amusement mixed with pity. Mr. and Mrs. Davis, whose last vote on anything of significance had been touching their wands to the name of Minister Fudge, who had all of 300 galleons stored in their Gringotts vault, and who respectively worked at selling cauldrons in a potions shop and enchanting omnioculars, were pressed up tightly against each other, sitting rigidly erect upon their cushioned benches and desperately wishing they'd worn nicer robes. The sky above was a solid mass of cloud dispersed into darker and lighter grays, grim with the promise of future storms, though no lightning flickered as yet, nor distant rumbles of thunder echoed, and only a few threatening droplets had fallen. To their designated starting place in a certain forest, the Sunshine Regiment marched, though it was really more like a slow walk. You wouldn't want to tire yourself out before the battle even started, and the breezes of April were annoyingly humid, though cool. Ahead of them, a yellow flame wandered slowly through the air, guiding them according to their pace. Susan Bones kept throwing worried glances toward the Sunshine General as they marched through the grayly illuminated forest. Professor Snape's going after Hermione seemed to have really shaken her. Hermione had even missed her Sunshine Regiment official planning meeting, which seemed understandable enough. But when Susan had offered her sympathy afterward, Hermione had stammered that she'd lost track of time, which wasn't at all a usual thing for her to say, and the girl had looked exhausted and frightened, like she'd just spent 3 days locked in a bathroom stall with a Dementor. Even now, when all the Sunshine General's focus should have been on the coming battle, the Ravenclaw girl's gaze was constantly darting in all directions, as though she expected dark wizards to jump out of the bushes and sacrifice her. The ban on Muggle artifacts cuts down our options a lot, Anthony Goldstein was saying in the dour tones the boy used to denote deliberate pessimism. I had the idea of trying to transfigure nets to throw on people, but no good, said Ernie Macmillan. The Hufflepuff boy shook his head, looking even more serious than Anthony. I mean, it's just like throwing a hex they dodge. Anthony nodded. That's what I figured, too. Do you have any ideas, Seamus? The former chaotic lieutenant still looked a bit nervous and out of place, marching along with his new comrades in the Sunshine Regiment. Sorry, said the newly minted Captain Finnegan. I'm more the strategic master type. I'm the strategic master type, said Ron Weasley, sounding put off. There are 3 armies, the Sunshine General said acerbically, which means we fight 2 armies at once, which means we need more than one strategist, which means shut up, Ron. Ron gave their general a surprised and worried look. Hey, the Gryffindor boy said in a calming tone, you shouldn't let Snape get to you so much. What do you think we ought to do, General? Susan said very loudly and quickly. I mean, we don't really have a plan at this point. Their official planning session had failed amazingly with Hermione gone, and both Ron and Anthony thinking they were in charge. Do we really need a plan? The Sunshine General said, sounding a little distracted. We've got you and me, and Lavender and Parvati, and Hannah and Daphne, and Ron and Ernie and Anthony and Captain Finnegan. That, began Anthony. Sounds like a pretty good strategy, Ron said, with an approving nod. We've got as many strong soldiers now as both other armies put together. Chaos has only got Potter and Longbottom and not left well, and Zabini too, I suppose, and Tracy, said Hermione. Several people swallowed nervously. Oh, stop it, Susan said sharply. She's just a battle-hardened member of SPHEW, that's all General Sunshine means. Still, Ernie said, turning to look seriously at Susan, I think you'd better go with whatever group fights chaos, Captain Bones. I know you can't use your double magical powers except when innocents are in danger. But I mean, just in case Miss Davis does, go out of control and try to eat someone's soul. I can handle her, Susan told him, keeping her voice reassuring. Admittedly, Susan hadn't been replaced by a metamorph magus at the moment, but then Tracy probably wasn't Polyjuiced Dumbledore or whoever. Captain Finnegan intoned in a deep, sort of rumbling voice, I find your lack of skepticism disturbing. He raised his hand with his thumb and forefinger almost touching, pointed at Ernie. For some reason, Anthony Goldstein seemed to be having a sudden choking fit. What's that supposed to mean? Said Ernie. It's just something General Potter says sometimes, said Captain Finnegan. Funny, when you first join the Chaos Legion it all seems crazy, and then after a couple of months you realize that actually everyone who isn't in the Chaos Legion is crazy. Ron said loudly. It sounds like good strategy. We don't transfigure anything, we don't tire ourselves out, we handle whatever they throw at us, and then we just overrun them. Okay, said Hermione. Let's do that. But, said Anthony, shooting a glare at Ron. But General, Harry Potter's got 16 people left in his army. Dragon and us each have 28. Harry knows that. He knows he's got to come up with something incredible. Like what? Demanded Hermione, sounding stressed. If we don't know what he's planning, we might as well save our magic for doing masked finites, like we should have done last time. Susan touched Hermione gently on the shoulder. General Granger, said Susan. I think you should take a break for a bit before the battle. She'd been expecting Hermione to argue, but Hermione just nodded and then walked a little faster, pulling away from the Sunshine Regiment official officer group, her eyes still watching the forest and sometimes the sky. Susan followed her. It wouldn't do having it look like the Sunshine General was being ejected from her own official officer group. Hermione, Susan said softly after they'd walked a bit away. You've got to focus. Professor Quirrell's in charge here, not Snape, and he won't let anything bad happen to you or anyone. You're not helping, Hermione said, sounding shaky. You're not helping at all, Captain Bones. The two of them walked faster, circling around some of the other soldiers, inspecting the marching perimeter and glancing at the surrounding trees. Susan, Hermione said in a small voice, when they'd gotten further away from all the others. Do you think Daphne's right about Draco Malfoy plotting something? Yes, Susan said at once, not even thinking about it. You can tell, because his name's got the letters MLFO and Y in it. Hermione looked around, as if to make sure that nobody was watching, although of course that was a wonderful way to get other people to pay attention to you. Could Malfoy have been behind what Snape did? Snape could be behind Malfoy, Susan said thoughtfully, remembering dinner-table conversations she'd heard at Auntie's. Or Lucius Malfoy could be behind both of them. A slight chill went down Susan's spine as this last thought occurred to her. Suddenly, telling Hermione to just focus on the coming battle seemed a lot less reasonable. Why, did you find some sort of clue about that? Hermione shook her head. No, the Ravenclaw girl said, in a voice that sounded almost like she was about to cry. I was just thinking about it myself, that's all. In their designated place in a forest near Hogwarts, the Dragon General and the warriors of Dragon Army waited where their red flame had led them, beneath grey skies. At Draco's right side stood Padma Patil, his second-in-command, who had once led all of Dragon Army after Draco had been stunned. At Draco's back was Vincent, the son of Crabbe, a family which had served the Malfoys into the distance of forgotten memory. The muscular boy was watchful, as he was always watchful, whether battle had been declared or no. Further back, Gregory of the Goyles stood waiting beside one of the two broomsticks Dragon Army had been given. If the Goyles had not served the Malfoys so long as the Crabbes, yet they had served no less well. And at Draco's left side now stood one Dean Thomas of Gryffindor, a mudblood or possible half-blood who knew nothing of his father. Sending Dean Thomas to Dragon Army had been a quite deliberate move on Harry's part. Draco was certain. 3 other former Chaotix had also been transferred to Dragon Army, and all were watching Draco hawk-like to see if he offered the former lieutenant the slightest insult. Some might have called it sabotage, but Draco knew better. Harry had also sent Lieutenant Finnegan to the Sunshine Regiment, even though Professor Quirrell's mandate had only required that Harry give up 1 lieutenant. That too had been a deliberate move, making crystal clear to everyone that Harry wasn't dumping his least favored soldiers. In one sense, it might have been easier for Draco to win the true loyalties of his new soldiers if they'd thought Harry hadn't wanted them. In another sense, well, it wasn't easy to put into words. Harry had given him good soldiers with their pride intact, but it was more than that. Harry had showed kindliness toward his soldiers, but it was more than that. It wasn't just Harry playing fair, it was something that you couldn't help but contrast with the way the game was played in Slytherin House. So Draco hadn't offered the slightest insult to Mr. Thomas, but brought him straight to his side, subordinate to himself and Padma, but no one else. It was a test, Draco had told Mr. Thomas and everyone, not a promotion. Mr. Thomas would have to show himself worthy of rank within Dragon Army, but he would be given a chance, and the chance would be fair. Mr. Thomas had looked surprised at the ceremony of it. The Chaos Legion, from what Draco had heard, didn't stand on formality, but the Gryffindor boy had stood a little straighter and nodded. And then, after Mr. Thomas had done well enough in one of Dragon Army's training sessions, he'd been brought into the strategy session in Dragon Army's huge military office. And a few minutes into the session, Padma had happened to ask, as though it was a perfectly normal question, whether Mr. Thomas had any ideas about how to defeat the Chaos Legion. The Gryffindor boy had said cheerfully that Harry had predicted that General Malfoy would get one of his soldiers to ask him that, and that Harry had given him the message that General Malfoy should ask himself where his relative advantage lay, what Draco Malfoy could do, or what Dragon Army could do, that the Chaos Legion couldn't match, and then try to exploit it for all it was worth. Dean Thomas couldn't think of what that advantage might be, but if he did come up with any ideas for beating Chaos, he'd share them. Harry had ordered him to, after all. Sigh, Draco had thought, since he couldn't actually sigh out loud. But it was good advice, and Draco had followed it, sitting at his bedroom desk with quill and parchment listing out everything that might be a relative advantage. And almost to Draco's own surprise, he'd had an idea, a real one. In fact, he'd had two. The hollow bell sounded through the forest, somehow sounding more ominous than ever before. On the instant, the two pilots cried up and leapt onto their broomsticks, heading into the grey sky. Mr. and Mrs. Davis had now slumped slightly against each other, more from sheer muscle exhaustion than from any decrease of tension. Before them, the vast blank white parchment flickered with three great windows, as though holes had been cut through into the forest, showing three armies on the march. Lesser windows showed the 6 riders upon their broomsticks, and the corner of the parchment showed a view of the entire forest, with glowing darts to indicate armies and scouts. The window into Sunshine showed General Granger and her captains marching in the center of the Sunshine Regiment, protected by Contigo screens, along with a number of other young witches. The Sunshine Regiment, the defense professor had remarked, knew well that it had now acquired a strong advantage in experienced soldiers, and it meant to protect those soldiers from a surprise attack. Aside from that, the Sunshine soldiers were moving forward at a steady march, conserving their strength. The soldiers in General Malfoy's army, at least those with higher transfiguration scores, were picking up leaves and transfiguring them into. Well, if you looked at Padma Patil, who was almost done with hers, it looked like her leaf was becoming a left-handed glove bearing a dangling strap. The window had zoomed in to show this. Lord Jugson was watching the screen with a flat expression. His voice, when he spoke, seemed to ooze and drip with disdain. "What is your son doing, Lucius?" The foreign-born witch who stood at Draco Malfoy's right side had finished transfiguring her glove, and was now bringing it before the Dragon General like a sacrifice. "I do not know," said Lucius Malfoy, his tone calm though no less aristocratic, "but I must trust that he has good reason for doing it." All Dragon Army stopped for a moment as Padma slid the glove over her left hand, strapped it in place, and presented it before Draco Malfoy, who also stopped in place, took several deep breaths, raised his wand, executed a precise set of 8 movements and bellowed Colloportus. The dragon warrior raised her gloved hand, flexed it, and gave a small bow to Draco Malfoy, who returned it more shallowly, though the Dragon General was staggering slightly. Padma then returned to her place at Draco's side, and the dragons began marching once more. "Well," remarked Augusta Longbottom, I don't suppose someone would care to explain. Amelia Bones was frowning slightly as she gazed at the screen. For some reason or other, said the amused voice of Professor Quirrell, it seems that the Scion of Malfoy is able to cast surprisingly strong magic for a first-year student, due to the purity of his blood, of course. Certainly, the good Lord Malfoy would not have openly flouted the underage magic laws by arranging for his son to receive a wand before his acceptance into Hogwarts. I suggest you be careful in your implications, Quirrell, Lucius Malfoy said coldly. Oh, I am, Professor Quirrell said. A colloportus cannot be dispelled by finite incantatum. It requires an alohomora of equal strength. Until then, a glove so charmed will resist lesser material forces, deflect the sleep hex and the stunning hex. And as neither Mr. Potter nor Miss Granger can cast a counterspell powerful enough, that charm is invincible upon this battlefield. It is not the original intent of the charm, nor the intent of whoever taught Mr. Malfoy an emergency spell for evading his enemies. But it would seem that Mr. Malfoy has been learning creativity. Lucius Malfoy had straightened as the defense professor spoke. He now sat erect upon his cushioned bench, his head held perceptibly higher than before, and when he spoke it was with quiet pride. He will be the greatest Lord Malfoy that has yet lived. Faint praise, Augusta Longbottom said under her breath. Amelia Bones chuckled, as did Mr. Davis for a tiny, fatal fraction of a second before he stopped with a strangled gargle. I quite agree, said Professor Quirrell, though it wasn't clear to whom he spoke. Unfortunately for Mr. Malfoy, he is still new to the art of creativity, and so he has committed a classic error of Ravenclaw. And what might that be? Said Lucius Malfoy, his voice now turned chill once more. Professor Quirrell had leaned back in his seat, the pale blue eyes briefly unfocusing as one of the windows shifted its viewpoint within the greater screen, zooming in to show the sweat now on Draco Malfoy's forehead. It is such a beautiful idea that Mr. Malfoy has quite overlooked its pragmatic difficulties. Would someone care to explain that? Said Lady Greengrass. Not all of us present are experts at such affairs. Amelia Bones spoke, the old witch's voice somewhat dry. It will tempt them to try to catch hexes that they would be wiser to simply dodge. The more so, if they have had little practice catching them, and the casting of so many charms will tire their strongest warrior. Professor Quirrell gave the DMLE director a half-nod of acknowledgement. As you say, Madam Bones, Mr. Malfoy is new to the business of having ideas, and so when he has one, he becomes proud of himself for having it. He has not yet had enough ideas to unflinchingly discard those that are beautiful in some aspects and impractical in others. He has not yet acquired confidence in his own ability to think of better ideas as he requires them. What we are seeing here is not Mr. Malfoy's best idea, I fear, but rather his only idea. Lord Malfoy simply turned to watch the screens again, as though the defense professor had used up his right to exist. But, said Lord Greengrass, but what in Merlin's name is Harry Potter, 16 remaining soldiers of the Chaos Legion, or 15 plus Blaise Zabini, rather, marched confidently through the forest, their shoes thudding over the still dry ground. Their camouflage uniforms blended into the forest even more than usual, all colors washed out by the tints of an overcast day. 16 Chaos Legionnaires against 28 Dragon Warriors and 28 Sunshine Soldiers. The common consensus had been that, with odds that bad, it was practically impossible for them to lose. After all, General Chaos was bound to come up with something really spectacular, facing odds like that. There was something almost nightmarish about how everyone seemed to now expect Harry to pull miracles out of his hat, on demand, any time one was needed. It meant that if you couldn't do the impossible, you were disappointing your friends and failing to live up to your potential. Harry hadn't bothered complaining to Professor Quirrell about too much pressure. Harry's mental model of the defense professor had predicted him looking severely annoyed, saying things along the lines of "You are perfectly capable of solving this problem, Mr. Potter. Did you even try?" And then deducting several hundred Quirrell points. From above, from where 2 broomsticks watched their march, the high young voice of Tess Walsh cried, "Friend." And after another moment, "Ginger Snap." A handful of seconds later, the soldier who'd code-named herself Ginger Snap returned bearing a double handful of acorns. sweating slightly in the cool but humid air from the jog that had taken her to the oak tree Neville had spotted. Gingersnap approached to where Shannon was holding a uniform shirt with the neck tied off, in lieu of anyone having to transfigure a bag. When Gingersnap brought her hands forward to try and dump her acorns into the holding shirt, chaotic Shannon, giggling, jerked the shirt to the right, then to the left again as Gingersnap made another effort to dump the acorns, until a sharp Miss Friedman from Lieutenant Not caused Shannon to sigh and hold the shirt still. Gingersnap dumped her acorns into those accumulated and then headed out for more. Somewhere in the background, Ellie Knight was singing her very own version of the Chaos Legion's marching song, and around half the other soldiers were trying to step along with it despite not knowing the tune in advance. Nearby, Nita Burdine, who had a high transfiguration score, finished creating yet another pair of green sunglasses and handed them to Adam Beringer, who folded up the sunglasses before tucking them into his uniform pocket. Other soldiers were already wearing their own green sunglasses, despite the cloudy day. You might guess that there was some sort of incredibly complicated and fascinating explanation behind this, and you would be right. 2 days earlier, Harry had been sitting amid his bookcases in the comfy rocking chair he'd obtained for his trunk's cavern level, pondering silently in the quiet span between classes and dinner time, thinking about power. For 16 chaotics to defeat 28 sunnies and 28 dragons, they would need a force amplifier. There were limits to what you could do with maneuver. There had to be a secret weapon, and it had to be invincible, or at least moderately unstoppable. Muggle artifacts were now illegal in Hogwarts' mock battles, banned by Ministry edict. And the trouble with finding some other clever and unusual spell was that an army twice your own size could brute force finite almost anything you tried. The Sunshine Regiment might have missed that tactic with the transfigured chainmail, but nobody would miss it again now that Professor Quirrell had pointed it out. And Finite Incantatum was a brute force counterspell which required at least as much magic as the spell being cancelled. Which, if you were severely outnumbered, made it a whole new order of military challenge. The enemy could finite anything you tried, and still have enough magic left over for shields and volleys of sleep hexes. Unless, somehow, you could invoke potencies beyond the ordinary strength of first-year Hogwarts students, something too powerful for the enemy to finite. So Harry had asked Neville if he'd ever heard of any small, safe sacrificial rituals. And then, after the screaming and the shouting had subsided, after Harry had stopped trying to argue about unbreakable vows and just given up the whole thing as impossible from a public relations standpoint, Harry had realized that he hadn't even needed to go there. They taught you how to invoke potencies far beyond your own strength in ordinary Hogwarts classes. Sometimes, even though you were looking straight at something, you didn't realize what you were looking at until you happened to ask exactly the right question. Defense, charms, transfiguration, potions, history of magic, astronomy, broomstick flying, herbology. Foe, screamed the voice from above. It was a good thing that Neville Longbottom hadn't the tiniest idea that his grandmother was watching, or he would have been more self-conscious about screaming scary battle cries at the top of his lungs while casting Luminos every 3 seconds as he rocketed through a dense forest of trees, hot on the tail of Gregory Goyle. But Augusta Longbottom said, her expression showing almost as much astonishment as worry. But Neville is afraid of heights. Not all fears last, said Amelia Bones. The old witch was favoring the great screen before them with a measuring gaze. Or perhaps he has found courage. It is much the same in the end. A glimmer of red Neville dodged, very nearly into a tree, but he did dodge. And then Neville somehow also managed to dodge almost all of the branches before they smacked him in the face. Now Mr. Gaule's broomstick was pulling further and further away. Even though the two of them were riding exactly the same broomstick and Mr. Gaule weighed more, somehow Neville was still falling behind. So Neville slowed down, pulled back, angled up out of the forest, and began to accelerate back toward where the Chaos Legion still marched. 20 seconds later, it hadn't been a long chase, just an exciting one. Neville was back among his fellow chaotics, and dismounted his broom to walk on the ground for a little bit. "Neville," said General Potter. Harry's voice was a little distant as he walked carefully and steadily through the forest, his wand still applied to the almost finished form of the object he was slowly transfiguring. Beside him, Blaise Zabini, working a smaller version of the same transfiguration, looked like a shambling inferi as he stumbled forward. "I told you, Neville. You don't have to." "Yes, I do," said Neville. He looked down at where his fingers grasped the broomstick and saw that not just his hands, but his whole arms were shaking. But unless anyone else in Chaos had been practicing dueling for an hour a day with Mr. Diggory, and then practicing their aim in private for another hour afterward, Neville was probably the best shot from a broomstick, even after taking into account that he wasn't a very good flyer. "Good show, Neville," Theodore said from where he was walking ahead of them all, leading the Chaos Legion forward through the forest while wearing only his undershirt. Augusta Longbottom and Charles not exchanged brief astonished glances and then wrenched their gazes away from one another as though stung. Neville took a few deep breaths, trying to steady his hands, trying to think. Harry might not be good for deep strategic thinking while he was in the middle of an extended transfiguration. "Lieutenant Nott, do you have any idea why Dragon Army just did that?" They lost a broom. The dragons had started the combat, with a feint to provide a distraction for Mr. Goyle's approach through the forest. Neville hadn't realized there were two brooms attacking until almost too late. But the Chaos Legion had gotten the other pilot. That was why broomsticks usually didn't attack before armies met. It meant a whole army would concentrate fire on the broomstick. And the dragons didn't even get anyone, did they? "Nope," Tracy Davis said proudly. She too was now marching by General Potter's side, her wand gripped low and watchful as her eyes scanned the surrounding forest. "I threw up a prismatic sphere like a split second before Mr. Goyle's hex got Zabini, and the way Mr. Goyle had his other arm stretched out, I think he planned to knock down the general too." The Slytherin witch smiled with vicious confidence. Mr. Goyle tried a breaking drill hex, but learned to his dismay that his weak magic was no match for my newfound dark powers, ha ha ha. Some chaotics laughed with her, but a queasy sensation was starting in Neville's stomach as he realized how close the Chaos Legion had come to complete disaster. If Mr. Goyle had managed to disrupt both transfigurations, report. Snapped the Dragon General, doing his best to conceal the fatigue he felt after casting 17 locking charms, with more yet to come. Beads of sweat now dotted Gregory's forehead. "The enemy got Dylan Vaughan," Gregory said formally. "Harry Potter and Blaise Zabini were each transfiguring something dark grey and roundish. I don't think it was finished, but it looked like it would be big and hollow, sort of cauldron-shaped. Zabini's was smaller than Potter's." I couldn't get either of them or disrupt their transfigurations. Tracy Davis blocked me. "Neville Longbottom is on a broomstick, and he's still a terrible flyer, but his aim is really good." Draco listened, frowning, and then he glanced at Padma and Dean Thomas, who both shook their own heads, indicating that they also couldn't think of what might be big and grey and shaped like a cauldron. "Anything else," said Draco. "If that was it, they'd lost a broom for nothing. The only other weird thing I saw," Gregory said, sounding puzzled, "was that some chaotics were wearing, sort of like goggles." Draco thought about this, not noticing that he'd stopped marching or that all of Dragon Army had automatically stopped with him. "Was there anything special about the goggles?" Draco said. Gregory said. "They were. Greenish, maybe." "Okay," said Draco. Again, without thinking, he began walking once more, and his dragons followed. "Here's our new strategy. We're only going to send 11 dragons against the Chaos Legion, not 14. That should be enough to beat them, now that we can neutralize their special advantage. It was a gamble, but you had to take gambles sometimes, if you wanted to come in first in a three-way battle. You figured out Chaos's plan, General Malfoy," said Mr. Thomas with considerable surprise. "What are they doing?" said Padma. "I haven't the faintest idea," said Draco, with a smirk of the most refined smugness. "We'll just do the obvious thing." Harry, having now finished his cauldron, was carefully scooping acorns into the container while the scouts searched for a nearby source of water that could be used as a liquid base. They'd come across frequent sinkholes and miniature creeks in the forest before, so it ought not to take long. Another scout had brought a straight stick that would serve as a stirrer, so Harry didn't have to transfigure one. Sometimes, even though you were looking straight at something, you didn't realize what you were looking at until you happened to ask exactly the right question. How can I invoke magical powers that ought to be beyond the reach of first-year students? There was a cautionary tale the potion's master had told them, with much sneers and laughter, to make the stupidity seem low status instead of daring and romantic, about a second-year witch in Beauxbatons who'd stolen some extremely restricted and expensive ingredients and tried to brew polyjuice so she could borrow the form of another girl for purposes better left unmentioned. Only she'd managed to contaminate the potion with cat hairs, and then instead of seeking a healer immediately, the witch had hidden herself in a bathroom, hoping the effects would just wear off. And when she'd finally been found, it had been too late to reverse the transformation completely, condemning her to a life of despair as a sort of cat-girl hybrid. Harry hadn't realized what that meant until the instant of thinking the right question. But what that implied was that a young wizard or witch could do things with potions making that they couldn't even come close to doing with charms. Polyjuice was one of the most potent potions known. But what made Polyjuice a NEWT level potion, apparently, wasn't the required age before you had enough magical power. It was how difficult the potion was to brew precisely, and what happened to you if you screwed up. Nobody in any army had tried brewing any potions up until then. But Professor Quirrell would let you get away with nearly anything if it was something you could also have done in a real war. Cheating is technique, the defense professor had once lectured them. Or rather, cheating is what the losers call technique, and will be worth extra Quirrell points when executed successfully. In principle, there was nothing unrealistic about transfiguring a couple of cauldrons and brewing potions out of whatever came to hand, if you had enough time before the armies met. So Harry had retrieved his copy of magical drafts and potions, and begun looking for a safe but useful potion he could brew in the minutes before the battle started, a potion which would win the battle too fast for counterspells, or produce spell effects too strong for first years to finite. Sometimes, even though you were looking straight at something, you didn't realize what you were looking at until you happened to ask exactly the right question. What potion can I brew using only components gathered from an ordinary forest? Every recipe in magical drafts and potions used at least one ingredient from a magical plant or animal, which was unfortunate because all the magical plants and animals were in the forbidden forest, not the safer and lesser woods where battles were held. Someone else might have given up at that point. Harry had turned the pages from one recipe to another, skimming faster and faster in dawning realization, confirming what he had already read and was now seeing for the first time. Every single potion's recipe seemed to demand at least one magical ingredient, but why should that be true? Charms required no material components at all. You just said the words and waved your wand. Harry had been thinking about potions making as essentially analogous. Instead of your spoken syllables triggering a spell effect for no comprehensible reason, you collected a batch of disgusting ingredients and stirred 4 times clockwise, and that arbitrarily triggered a spell effect. In which case, given that most potions used ordinary components like porcupine quills or stewed slugs, you'd expect to see some potions using only ordinary components. But instead, every single recipe in magical drafts and potions demanded at least one component from a magical plant or animal, an ingredient like silk from an acromantula or petals from a Venus fire trap. Sometimes, even though you were looking straight at something, you didn't realize what you were looking at until you happened to ask exactly the right question. If making a potion is like casting a charm, why don't I fall over from exhaustion after brewing a draft as powerful as ball curring? The Friday before last, Harry's double potions class had brewed potion of ball curring. Although even the most trivial healing charms, if you tried to cast them with wand and incantation, were at least fourth-year spells. And afterward, they'd all felt the way they usually felt after potions class, namely, not magically exhausted to any discernible degree. Harry had shut his copy of magical drafts and potions with a snap and rushed down to the Ravenclaw common room. Harry had found a 7th-year Ravenclaw doing his NEWT potions homework and paid the older boy a sickle to borrow most potent potions for 5 minutes, because Harry hadn't wanted to run all the way to the library to find confirmation. After skimming through 5 recipes in the 7th-year book, Harry had read the 6th recipe for a potion of fire breathing, which required ashwinder eggs. And the book warned that the resulting fire could be no hotter than the magical fire, which had spawned the ashwinder which had laid the eggs. Harry had shouted, "Eureka!" right in the middle of the Ravenclaw common room, and been severely rebuked by a nearby prefect, who'd thought Mr. Potter was trying to cast a spell. Nobody in the wizarding world knew or cared about some ancient muggle named Archimedes, nor the earth physicist's realization that the water displaced from a bathtub would equal the volume of the object entering the bathtub. Conservation laws. They'd been the critical insight in more muggle discoveries than Harry could easily count. In muggle technology, you couldn't raise a feather 1 meter off the ground without the power coming from somewhere. If you looked at molten lava spilling from a volcano and asked where the heat came from, a physicist would tell you about radioactive heavy metals in the center of the Earth's molten core. If you asked where the energy to power the radioactivity came from, the physicist would point to an era before the Earth had formed, and a primordial supernova in the early days of the galaxy which had baked atomic nuclei heavier than the natural limit, the supernova compressing protons and neutrons into a tight, unstable package that yielded back some of the supernova's energy when it split. A light bulb was fueled by electricity, fueled by a nuclear power plant, fueled by a supernova. You could play the game all the way back to the Big Bang. Magic did not appear to work like this, to put it mildly. Magic's attitude toward laws like conservation of energy was somewhere between a giant extended middle finger and a shrug of total indifference. Aguamenti created water out of nothingness, so far as anyone knew. There was no known lake whose water level went down each time. That was a simple 5th-year spell, not considered impressive by wizards, because creating a mere glass of water didn't seem amazing to them. They didn't have the wacky notion that mass ought to be conserved, or that creating a gram of mass was somehow equivalent to creating 90 trillion joules of energy. There was an upper-year spell Harry had run across whose literal incantation was arresto momentum. And when Harry had asked if the momentum went anywhere else, he'd just gotten a puzzled look. Harry had kept an increasingly desperate eye out for some kind of conservation principle in magic, anywhere whatsoever. And the whole time it had been right in front of him in every potions class. Potions making didn't create magic, it preserved magic. That was why every potion needed at least one magical ingredient. And by following instructions like stir 4 times counterclockwise and once clockwise, Harry had hypothesized you were doing something like casting a small spell that reshaped the magic in the ingredients and unbound the physical form so that ingredients like porcupine quills dissolved smoothly into a drinkable liquid. Harry strongly suspected that a muggle following exactly the same recipe would end up with nothing but a spiny mess. That was what potions making really was, the art of transforming existing magical essences. So you were a little tired after potions class, but not much, because you weren't empowering the potions yourself. You were just reshaping magic that was already there. And that was why a 2nd-year witch could brew polyjuice, or at least get close. Harry had kept scanning through most potent potions, looking for something that might disprove his shiny new theory. After 5 minutes, he'd flipped the older boy another sickle over his protests and kept going. The potion of giant strength required a ram to trample the mashed dugbugs you stirred into the potion. It was odd, Harry had realized after a moment, because crushed dugbugs weren't strong themselves. They were just very, very crushed after the ram got through with them. Another recipe said to touch with forged bronze, i.e., grasp a nut in pliers so you could skim the potion's surface. And if you dropped the nut all the way in, the book warned, the potion would instantly superheat and boil over the cauldron. Harry had stared at the recipes and their warnings, forming a second and stranger hypothesis. Of course, it wouldn't be as simple as potions making using magical potentials imbued in the ingredients, like muggle cars fueled by the combustion potential of gasoline. Magic would never be as sensible as that. And then Harry had gone to Professor Flitwick, since he didn't want to approach Professor Snape outside of class, and Harry had told Professor Flitwick that he wanted to invent a new potion, and he knew what the ingredients ought to be and what the potion should do, but he didn't know how to deduce the required stirring pattern. After Professor Flitwick had stopped screaming in horror and running in little circles, and Professor McGonagall had been called into the ensuing fierce interrogation to promise Harry that in this case it was both acceptable and important for him to reveal his underlying theory. It had developed that Harry had not made an original magical discovery, but rediscovered a law so ancient that nobody knew who had first formulated it. A potion spends that which is invested in the creation of its ingredients. The heat of goblin forges that had cast the bronze nut, the ram's strength that had crushed the dugbugs, the magical fire that had spawned the ashwinter, all these potencies could be recalled, unlocked, and restructured by the spell-like process of stirring the ingredients in exact patterns. From a Muggle standpoint, it was just odd, a deranged version of thermodynamics invented by someone who thought life ought to be fair. From a Muggle standpoint, the heat expended in forging the nut hadn't gone into the bronze. The heat had left and dissipated into the environment, becoming permanently less available. Energy was conserved, could be neither created nor destroyed. Entropy always increased. But wizards didn't think that way. From their perspective, if you put some amount of work into making a nut, it stood to reason that you could get exactly the same work back out. Harry had tried to explain why this sounded a bit odd if you'd been raised by Muggles, and Professor McGonagall had asked bemusedly why the Muggle perspective was any better than the wizarding one. The fundamental principle of potions making had no name and no standard phrasing. Since then, you might be tempted to write it down, and someone who wasn't wise enough to figure out the principle themselves might read it, and they would start having all sorts of bright ideas for inventing new potions. Then they would be turned into catgirls. It had been made very clear to Harry that he wasn't going to be sharing this particular discovery with Neville or Hermione either after the next army's battle. Harry had tried to say something about Hermione seeming really off lately, and this being just the sort of thing that might cheer her up. Professor McGonagall had said flatly that he wasn't even to think it, and Professor Flitwick had raised his little hands and made a gesture as of snapping a wand in half. Although the two professors had been kind enough to suggest that if Mr. Potter thought he knew what the potion's ingredients should be, he might be able to find an already existing recipe that did the same thing, and Professor Flitwick had mentioned several volumes in the Hogwarts library that might be useful. The vast parchment-like screen now showed only an aerial view of the forest, from which you could barely make out the camouflaged forms of three armies, split up into two groups each, converging to fight their three-way battle. The benches of the Quidditch stadium were now rapidly filling up with the more easily bored sort of spectator who only wanted to be there for the final battle and skip out on all the boring points along the way. If there was anything wrong with Professor Quirrell's battles, it was widely agreed it was that his spectacles didn't last nearly as long as Quidditch matches once they actually started. To this Professor Quirrell had replied only, "Such is realism," and that had been that. Within the huge window, it was all one window now, observing from a great height, the vague collections of tiny camouflaged forms grew closer, closer. Almost touching, the vast white parchment window showed the first touch of battle between sunshine and chaos, a screaming mass of running children with smiley faces upon their breasts, charging forward with Contigo shields held high and others shouting Somnium, until one of their number shrieked Prismates in a terrified voice, and the entire charge came to a sudden halt before the sparkling wall of force that had appeared in front of them. Tracy Davis had walked out from behind the trees. "That's right," said Tracy, her voice low and grim as she leveled her wand on the barrier. "You should fear me, for I am Tracy Davis, the Dark Lady. That's Dark Lady spelled D-R-K with an E." Amelia Bones, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, was sending an inquiring look at Mr. and Mrs. Davis, both of whom looked like they would have dearly preferred to die on the spot. Behind the prismatic barrier, there was some kind of hushed argument taking place among the Sunshine Soldiers, one of whom in particular seemed to be getting scolded by several of the others. Then, a moment later, Tracy flinched. Susan Bones had come to the front of the Sunshine contingent. "Goodness," said Augusta Longbottom. "What do you suppose your grandniece has been learning at Hogwarts?" "I don't know," Amelia Bones said calmly, but I shall owl her a chocolate frog and instructions to learn more of it. The prismatic barrier vanished. The Sunshine soldiers resumed their charge forward. Tracy yelled, her voice high with strain, in flamme, and the Sunshine charge came to another sudden halt as a line of fire blazed up between them in the half-dry grass, extending to follow the path of Tracy's wand as she pointed it. An instant later Susan Bones cried, "Finite incantatem," and the flames dimmed, brightened, dimmed in the contest of their wills, other soldiers raising their wards to aim at Tracy, and that was when Neville Longbottom plunged, shrieking out of the sky. One of the dragon warriors, Raymond Arnold, made a hand sign, pointing forward and oblique left, and there was a sudden hushed hiss of whispers among the dragon army contingent as they all quietly reoriented themselves in the direction of the enemy. The Sunnies knew they were there, of course both armies knew, but somehow in this moment they had all become instinctively quiet. The dragons crept forward further, and then further, the dull, camouflaged forms of the Sunnies beginning to appear among the distant trees, and still nobody spoke, nobody bellowed the call to charge. Draco was now at the forefront of his soldiers, Vincent behind him and Padma only a shade further back. If the three of them could take the shock of Sunshine's best, the rest of Dragon Army might stand a chance. Then Draco saw one Sunny staring at him from the distance, in the vanguard of her own army, staring at him with a look of fury. Across the forest battleground, their eyes met. Draco had only a fraction of a second to wonder, in the back of his mind, what Hermione Granger was so angry about, before the shout went up from both their armies, and they were all running forward to the charge. The other chaotics had appeared now from among the trees, some had dropped out of trees, and the battle was in full force now, everyone firing in every direction at anything that looked like an enemy, plus a number of Sunnies crying, Luminos. At Neville Longbottom, as the Chaos Hufflepuff twisted and rocketed up through the air on courses that could only be described as indeed chaotic. And it happened, the way it happened only one time out of 20 in mock aerial combat, that Neville Longbottom's broomstick glowed bright red beneath his clenched hands. It should have meant that Longbottom was out of the game. Then, in the Hogwarts stands, among the watching crowds of students, a scream went up: combat realism. It was Professor Quirrell's one master rule. You could get away with anything if it was realistic, and in real life, a soldier didn't just vanish when their broomstick got hit by a curse. Neville was falling toward the ground and screaming, "Chaotic landing." And the chaotics were wrenching their attention away from fights to cast the hover charm, and run at the same time so they wouldn't be sitting ducks, almost everyone else stopping to gape, and Neville Longbottom slammed into the leaf-laden forest ground, landing on one knee, one foot, and both hands, as though he were kneeling down to be knighted. Everything stopped. Even Tracy and Susan paused in their duel. In the stadium, all crowd noises vanished. There was a universal silence composed of astonishment, concern, and sheer dumbstruck gaping awe, as everyone waited to see what would happen next. And then Neville Longbottom slowly rose to his feet and leveled his wand at the Sunshine soldiers. Oh, nobody on the battlefield heard it. A large segment of the stadium audience had begun chanting, in steadily rising notes each time the word was uttered. Doom, 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 because you just couldn't see that and not think it required musical accompaniment. "The crowd is cheering your grandson," said Amelia Bones. The old witch was favoring the screen with a measuring look. "So they are," said Augusta Longbottom. "Some, if I hear correctly, are cheering our blood for Neville, our souls for Neville." "Quite," said Amelia, taking a sip from a teacup which had not been there moments earlier. "It shows the lad has leadership potential. These cheers," continued Augusta, her voice taking on an even more stunned quality, "seem to be coming from the Hufflepuff benches." "It is the house of the loyal, my dear," said Amelia. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, what in Merlin's name has been happening in this school?" Lucius Malfoy was watching the screens with an ironic smile, his fingers tapping at his armrest in no discernible pattern. "I do not know what is more frightening, the thought that he has some hidden plan behind all this, or the thought that he does not." "Look!" cried the Lord of Greengrass. The dapper young man had risen half out of his chair, pointing his finger at the screen. "There she goes. We'll both take him at once," Daphne whispered. She knew that a few fear-filled minutes of real combat experience, A handful of times each week might not be enough to match Neville's regular dueling practice with Harry and Cedric Diggory over the same period. He's too much for one of us, but both of us together. I'll use my charm. You just try to stun him. Hannah, beside her, nodded, and then they both screamed at the top of their lungs and charged forward, the hover charms of two supporting sunshine soldiers moving them faster and making them light on their feet, Daphne already crying Tane. Even as Hannah kept a huge Contigo shield moving in front of them, and with a brief extra lift, they leapt over the heads of the front screen of soldiers and landed in front of Neville with their hair billowing high around them. Photographs were strictly prohibited at all Hogwarts games, but somehow this moment still ended up on the front page of the next day's Quibbler. In the same instant, because fighting older bullies had burned away the slightest traces of hesitation, Hannah fired her first sleep hex at Neville. She'd started the incantation while she was still in the air, even as Daphne, concentrating more on speed than on force, slashed down with her ancient blade where she thought Neville's thighs would be after he dodged. But Neville leapt up, not sideways, leapt up higher than he should have been able to go, so that her glowing sword cut only the air beneath his feet. Somehow Daphne realized what it meant, that Neville still had other chaotics hovering him, in time for her to raise her blade up over her head. But Neville fell too fast, and when his blade smashed into hers, it was like being hit by a bludger. It knocked Daphne off her feet and sent her sprawling backward onto the grass, hitting the ground hard on her back. It might have been all over for her then, if Neville hadn't landed too hard himself and gone to his knees with a pained gasp. Then before Neville could bring his glowing blade down, Hannah shouted Somnium, and Neville lurched frantically backward. Though of course no spell had actually come from Hannah's wand, the Hufflepuff girl couldn't really have fired again that fast, which gave Daphne a second to scramble to her feet and get both hands around her wand again. "Dear Merlin," said Lady Greengrass. Her voice seemed unsteady, the aristocratic poise well punctured. "My daughter is fighting with the charm of the most ancient blade. In her first year, I never knew she possessed such extraordinary talent, excellent blood," Charles Knott said approvingly, causing Augusta to snort. "My good lady," said Professor Quirrell, sounding grave, "do not wrong your daughter so. That is not mere talent which you see." His voice grew a little drier. "Rather, it is what happens when children put their competitive efforts into a game which involves actual spellcasting. Expelliarmus," shouted Draco, trying not to let his voice crack as he simultaneously dodged the blazing red stumbolt that Hermione Granger had fired at him, his muscles twisting with the need to dodge in the wrong direction. She'd pointed to his left, and then with a mysterious twitch fired right. Hermione dodged the fast-moving dueling hex and cried with hardly another moment's pause, "Stellius." A wide-angle hex that Draco couldn't avoid, but he managed to point his wand at his own face and cry, "Quiescus," before the sudden urge to inhale could devolve into a sneezing fit that would have ended the battle. Draco Malfoy was already half exhausted from all the locking charms and transfigurations earlier, but his confusion was beginning to give way to a sense of his own blood boiling. He didn't know why Granger was attacking him so angrily all of a sudden, but if she wanted a fight, he'd give her one. The dragons and Sunnies weren't stopping to watch the duel of their generals. The dragons were too disciplined to stop and watch, and that meant the Sunnies had to go on fighting too. But the gaping audience in the Hogwarts Quidditch stands were being distracted even from Neville and Daphne's spectacle, shifting their eyes to the duel of two generals as Malfoy and Granger fired hex after hex and jinx after jinx at each other, casting more rapidly than any other student in their year could have managed. The Dragon Generals' trained dueling dance matched by the Sunshine Generals' frantic energy. The combat between them beginning to resemble an adult duel as the two most magically powerful first years resorted to spells more exotic than the usual sleep hex. Although Draco was beginning to realize, when he and Harry and Professor Quirrell had dismissed Miss Granger as having as much intent to kill as a bowl of wet grapes, they'd never seen her angry. Daphne lashed out with her ancient blade, again not trying to hit hard, but just moving the blade as fast as possible. At the same time, Hannah cried, "Somnium." And Neville leapt back again, but it had been another bluff, and Hannah was moving in to fire a real spell almost point blank, and Neville Longbottom did exactly what He would explain afterward Cedric Diggory had trained him to do if he was fighting Bellatrix Black, which was to spin around and kick Hannah really hard in the pit of her stomach. The Hufflepuff girl made a sad little sound, a gasping cry of pain, as she was knocked off her feet by the hard shoe sinking into her abdomen with the force of Neville's whole body behind it. For an instant, the battlefield stood still. Everything halted except Hannah's falling form. Then Neville's face turned to absolute dismay, and he lowered his wand, the chaotic lieutenant starting instinctively toward his housemate as he reached for her with his other hand. Even as Hannah turned her fall into a roll and came out with her wand raised and shot him. A fractional second later, Daphne, who hadn't hesitated either, sank her most ancient blade squarely into Neville's back, causing the chaotic lieutenant's muscles to jerk convulsively with the stunning magic discharging into him even as Hannah's sleep hex took effect. And then the last scion of Longbottom was sprawled still on the ground with a look of total surprise frozen to his face. Today Mr. Longbottom has learned a valuable lesson about his feelings of pity and remorse, said Professor Quirrell. And chivalry, said Amelia, sipping her tea again. Are you all right? Whispered Daphne, as she stood protectively over where Hannah lay on the ground clutching her stomach. The girl didn't give anything back in reply, except more retching sounds that sounded like Hannah was trying not to throw up while trying not to cry. Somehow, even though it might not have been good tactics, it would have been better if Hannah had been hexed outright than for other soldiers to be tied up protecting her. A number of Sunnies seemed to be standing in front of Hannah with their wands clutched tightly, staring angrily at the Chaotix. Someone had thrown up a prismatic barrier between the two groups. Daphne couldn't see who. And for some reason the Chaotix didn't seem to be pressing the attack. Even Tracy had completely dropped the grim look on her face and was shifting her weight nervously from one foot to another, as though she was having trouble remembering which side she was on. "Hold," shouted a voice. "Hold battle." There wasn't much battle going on anyway, but it held. General Potter, looking every inch the boy who lived, strode out from the trees with something large and camouflage cloth covered held under one arm. "Is Miss Abbott breathing all right?" General Potter yelled. Daphne didn't look back. She didn't trust that this wasn't a trap. It was absolutely certain that if the Chaotix took the opportunity to attack, Professor Quirrell would not only rule it legal, but also award them extra points afterward. But Daphne could hear the answer well enough with her ears. It wasn't like Hannah was trying to breathe quietly, and so she said, "Sort of." "She should get out of here, and to someone who can use healing charms," Harry said, "just in case that broke something." From behind Daphne, a small gasping voice said, "I can still fight." "Miss Abbott don't," Harry said, just as there was the sound from behind Daphne of someone collapsing back to the grass after trying and failing to get to her feet. Everyone winced, but Daphne didn't turn her back on Harry. "Why haven't the teachers stopped the battle?" said Susan, her voice angry. "I expect it's because Miss Abbott is in no danger of permanent damage and Professor Quirrell thinks we're learning valuable lessons," Harry said in a hard voice. "Look, Miss Abbott, if you go, Tracy will also retire from the battle. You already outnumber us, so that's a very good deal for your side. Please take it." "Hannah, just go," said Daphne. "I mean, just say you're out." When Daphne glanced back, she saw that Hannah was shaking her head, still curled up in a ball on the grass. "Oh, screw this," said Harry. "Chaotix. The faster we stun them, the faster she's out of here. We're going to do this very quickly, even if we take casualties. End truce. Tunafish." Daphne's political hindbrain had only an instant to admire how Harry's few words had just made the Chaotix the good guys, and then in almost perfect unison, the Chaotix were plunging their hands into the pockets of their uniforms and drawing out green sunglasses in an unfamiliar style. Not like anything you would wear to the beach, more like goggles for advanced potions. Then Daphne realized what was about to happen and snapped up her other hand to shield her eyes, just as Harry ripped the cloth off the cauldron. The fluid that spilled forth as Harry Potter threw the cauldron's contents into the air was too bright to be seen, too brilliant to be imagined, incandescent like the sun, magnified a dozen times, which was exactly what it was. The sunlight, which had been invested to create the acorns, the bright energy that had fueled a tree rising up from the bare dirt, blazing a searing purple. the color of the mixed blue and red wavelengths that chlorophyll absorbed, with almost none of the green wavelengths that chlorophyll reflected to create the green color of leaves, which was the color of the Chaos Legion's sunglasses, made to pass through green wavelengths, blocking red and blue, reducing even the most incandescent purple glare to something bearable. The violet light blazed on and on. Daphne tried dropping her arm from her eyes, but found that she couldn't look directly at anything. Even the second-hand purple glare was so bright she had to squint, and she had only time to cry one finite incantatum, which didn't work, before a sleep hex took her. What was left of the battle didn't take very long after that. "Now," bellowed Blaze Zabini, formerly of Sunshine, now commanding a detachment of Chaos Legionnaires. "I mean, tunafish." The Slytherin boy's hand grasped the cloth shielding the cauldron from the triggering touch of daylight, already beginning to move it aside. "Now," bellowed Dean Thomas, formerly of Chaos, commanding a consignment of dragon warriors. "Do whatever they do." The chaotics of Zabini's detachment plunged their hands into their uniform pockets and came forth bearing green sunglasses, an action almost perfectly mirrored by Dean and the dragon warriors, who drew forth green-colored potions goggles and quickly drew the straps over their own heads, even as the chaotics put on their sunglasses and the violet incandescence blasted forth. As General Malfoy had explained, if Mr. Goyle reported that the Chaos Legion was wearing green-colored potions goggles, you didn't have to know why to transfigure some copies. "That's cheating," shrieked Blaze Zabini. "That's technique," Dean yelled back. "Dragons charge." "Pardon me," the Lady Gringra said. "Could you stop laughing like that, Mr. Quirrell? It's unnerving." "Finite their goggles," shouted Blaze Zabini as the two armies ran headlong toward each other through omnipresent ice-searing purple glare. "We can still win." "You heard him," bellowed Dean. "Get their glasses." Blaze Zabini's reply to this wasn't anything articulate. That battle went on a lot longer. "Stupefy," shrieked the Sunshine General. Draco didn't dodge. He didn't counter. He didn't have enough energy left for either. All he could do was whip his left hand into position and hope. The red stumbled, dissipated again on Draco's colloportus glove, which he'd transfigured and spell-locked to his hand, the same as the rest of Dragon Army. It was all that was saving him now, that shield. It should have been a time to counterattack, but Draco could only catch his breath, as the two of them danced backward and forward beneath the trees in the never-ending movements of their duel. Across from him, General Granger was panting hard, the young girl's face glistening with sweat like dew, her chestnut hair wetted into brown plaits. Her camouflage uniform was stained with damp spots, her shoulders visibly trembling with exhaustion, but her wand was still steady where it stayed level on Draco through all their motion. Her eyes glaring, her cheeks flushed with rage. "So, little girl, why are you pretending to fight like a grown-up today?" The taunt came to mind, but he didn't really think he needed Granger any angrier. So instead Draco just said, though he could hear his own voice cracking, "Any reason you're feeling mad at me, Granger?" The girl was gasping for breath herself, her own voice wobbling as she spoke. "I know what you're up to," said Hermione Granger, her voice rising. "I know what you and Snape are up to, Malfoy, and I know who's behind it." "Huh," Draco said without even thinking about it. That only seemed to increase Granger's fury, and her fingers whitened on the wand she held leveled on him. And then Draco got it, and it boiled his own blood in his veins. Even she thought he was secretly plotting against her. "You two." Draco yelled. "I helped you, you buck-toothed bint. You," stuttering past all the dark curses that came to mind until he found something he could actually cast at her, Densajao. But Granger flashed and whirled around the tooth-lengthening hex, and then her own wand came around and leveled at almost point-blank range, even as Draco brought up his left hand like a shield, placing the magic-locked glove between himself and whatever she was about to fire, and the Sunshine General's own voice rose to a shriek audible across the whole battleground. "Alohomora." Time should have paused, but it didn't. Instead, the padlock clicked and fell off the glove. Just like that, just like that. The screens showed it all very clearly to the entire watching Hogwarts stadium. And the bone-dead silent hush that fell over every bench in every bleacher said that everyone understood quite clearly what it meant, that the scion of House Malfoy had just had his magic overcome by a Muggle-born. Hermione Granger didn't pause in her fight, gave no sign that she even knew what she'd done. Instead, her foot snapped out in a Muggle-style kick that knocked Draco's wand cleanly out of his hand, his shocked mind and body moving just a little too slowly. Draco dove after his wand, scrabbling frantically on the ground, but from behind him, a girl's cracking voice said, "Somnium." And Draco Malfoy fell and didn't rise again. There was another moment of frozen silence. The Sunshine General was wobbling on her feet, looking like she might faint. Then the dragon warriors screamed at the top of their lungs and charged forward to avenge their fallen commander. Mr. and Mrs. Davis were shaking as they stood up from the comfortable chairs of the faculty Quidditch box. They couldn't quite clutch each other while walking, but they held hands tightly, pretending hard to be invisible. If they'd been children young enough for accidental magic, they probably would have spontaneously disillusioned themselves. The elderly Charles Knott said nothing as he stood from his chair. The scarred Lord Jugson said nothing as he stood from his own chair. Lucius Malfoy said nothing as he stood. All three of them turned without pause and strode toward the stairwell of the elevated bleachers, moving in eerie unison like an aura trio. "Lord Malfoy," the defense professor said in mild tones. That man was still seated in his own chair, looking upon his parchment-like screens, arms limp at his side, as though for some reason he didn't feel like moving. The white-haired man halted just before reaching the exit archway, and the elderly man and the scarred man halted as well, flanking him. Lord Malfoy's head turned, too slightly to be any form of acknowledgement, but in the defense professor's direction. "Your son performed exceptionally well today," said Professor Quirrell. "I must confess that I underestimated him, and he has earned his army's loyalty, as you have witnessed." Still very mild, the defense professor's voice. "Speaking as your son's teacher, it is my opinion that he will not benefit if you interfere in his." Lord Malfoy and his compatriots vanished down the stairs. "A fine try, Quirinus," Dumbledore said quietly. The old wizard's face showed small lines of worry. He hadn't risen from his own seat either, staring at the parchment screens as though they were still active. "Do you think he will listen?" The defense professor's shoulders twitched in a slight shrug, the only movement they'd shown since the battle ended. "Well," said the Lady Greengrass, as she rose up and cracked her knuckles, stretching, her husband silent beside her. "I must say that was quite interesting." Amelia Bones had risen from her own cushioned seat without any fuss. "Interesting indeed," said Director Bones. "I do confess, I find myself disturbed by the skill with which those children were fighting one another." "The skill," Lord Greengrass said. "Their spells didn't seem all that impressive to me, except for Daphne's, of course." The old witch did not move her eyes from where she was gazing at the defense professor's balding head. "Stunning Hex is not a first-year spell, Lord Greengrass, but that is not the skill I had in mind. They supported each other with those simple spells. They reacted at speed to surprises." The director of the DMLE paused, as though searching for words that a mere civilian could understand. "In the midst of battle," she said finally, "with spells flying in every direction. Those children seemed quite at home." "Indeed, Director Bones," said the defense professor. "Some arts are best begun in youth." The old witch's eyes narrowed. "You are readying them to become a military force, Professor. To what end?" "Now hold on," interjected Lord Greengrass. "There's plenty of schools where they teach dueling in first year." "Dueling," said the defense professor. From behind it wasn't visible if the pale face was smiling. "That is nothing, Lord Greengrass, to what my students have learned. They have learned not to hesitate in the face of ambushes and greater foes. They have learned to adapt when combat conditions change and change again. They have learned to protect their allies, to protect more those who are more valuable, to abandon pieces which cannot be rescued. They have learned that to survive they must follow orders. Some have even learned a little creativity. Oh no, Lord Greengrass, these wizards will not hide in their manners and wait to be protected when the next threat comes. They will know that they know how to fight." Augusta Longbottom loudly clapped her hands together 3 times. "We won." It was the first thing Draco heard when he woke up on the battlefield, Padma telling him how his soldiers had rallied after he fell. How, thanks to the Dragon General's foresight, Mr. Thomas had led his detachment to victory over chaos. How General Potter had defeated the portion of the Sunshine Regiment that clashed with him. how Mr. Thomas's dragon warriors had rejoined the main body of soldiers bearing both their own goggles and the sunglasses of the defeated chaotics. How, only moments later, General Potter's remaining contingent had attacked both other armies with a potion that emitted searing purple light. But Dragon had held the numerical advantage over Sunshine and Chaos both, and enough sunglasses for their warriors, and so Padma had managed to lead her inherited army to victory. From the light in Padma's eyes and her arrogant smile that would have done proud to a Malfoy, she was expecting congratulations. Draco managed to grit out some form of praise from between his clenched teeth and couldn't have said afterward what it was. The foreign-born witch, it appeared, hadn't any idea what happened or what it meant. I lost. The dragons trudged back to Hogwarts beneath grey skies, cold droplets landing heavy on Draco's skin, one by one. While he'd been stunned, it had begun, the long-promised rain finally beginning to fall. There was only one option left to Draco now. A forced move, as Mr. McNair, who taught Draco chess, would have termed it. Harry Potter probably wouldn't like it if he really was in love with Granger the way everyone said. But the forced move, as Mr. McNair had defined it, was one you needed to make if you wanted the game to continue at all. It kept on playing in Draco's mind, over and over again, even as he walked like an automaton through the massive portals of Hogwarts, sent away Vincent and Gregory with 2 sharp words, and became alone within his private bedroom, sitting on his bed, staring at the wall above his desk. Filling his mind like a dementor had locked him into the memory. The padlock on his glove clicking and falling away, Draco knew. He knew what he'd done wrong. He'd been so tired after casting 27 locking charms for all the other dragon warriors. Less than a minute wasn't enough time to recover after each spell. And so he just cast Colloportus on his own padlocked glove, just cast the spell, not put in all his strength to bind it stronger than Harry Potter or Hermione Granger could undo. But nobody was going to believe that, even if it was true. Even in Slytherin, nobody would believe that. It sounded like an excuse, and an excuse was all that anyone would hear. Granger whirled and spun and screamed, Alohomora. Draco's mind kept playing it over and over as the resentment built. He'd helped Granger, cooperated with her on banning traitors, held her hand as she dangled off the roof, stopped a riot from breaking out around her in the Great Hall. Did she have any idea what he'd risked, what he'd probably already lost, what it meant for the heir of House Malfoy to do that for a mudblood? And now there was only one move left, and the thing about a forced move was that you had to make it, even if it meant getting detention and losing house points. Professor Snape would know and understand, but there were limits, Father had warned him, to what the potion's master would overlook. Challenge Granger to a wizard's duel in open defiance of Hogwarts regulations. Attack her outright if she tried to refuse. Defeat her one-on-one in public, not with clever dueling technique, but by overpowering her magic. Beat her solidly, completely, crush her as utterly as the Dark Lord himself had crushed his enemies. Make it absolutely clear to everyone, so that nobody could possibly doubt, that Draco had just been exhausted from casting the spell so many times. Prove that the Malfoy blood was stronger than any mudbloods. Only it's not. Harry Potter's voice whispered inside Draco's mind. It's easy to forget what's really true, Draco, once you start trying to win at politics. But in reality, there's only one thing that makes you a wizard, remember. Draco knew then. He knew the reason for the disquiet in the back of his mind, as he stared at the blank wall above his desk, contemplating his forced move. Should have been simple. When you only had one move, the thing to do was make it, but Granger whirling, spinning, sweat-dampened hair flying around her, bolts flying from her wand as fast as his own, jinx and counterjinx, glowing bats flying at his face, and through all of it the look of fury in Granger's eyes. There'd been a part of him admiring that, before it had all gone wrong, admiring Granger's fury and power. A part of him that had exulted in the first real fight he'd ever been in against. An equal opponent. If he challenged Granger and lost, it ought not to be possible. Draco had got his wand 2 full years before anyone else in his Hogwarts class. Only there was a reason why they usually didn't bother giving wands to 9-year-olds. Age counted too. It wasn't just how long you'd held a wand. Granger's birthday had been only a few days into the year when Harry had bought her that pouch. That meant she was 12 now, that she'd been 12 almost since the start of Hogwarts. And the truth was, Draco hadn't been practicing much outside of class, probably not nearly as much as Hermione Granger of Ravenclaw. Draco hadn't thought he needed any more practice to stay ahead. And Granger was exhausted too, whispered the voice of contrary evidence inside him. Granger must have been exhausted from all those stunning hexes, and even in that state she'd been able to undo his locking charm. And Draco could not afford to challenge Granger publicly, one-on-one with no excuses, and lose. Draco knew what you were supposed to do in this sort of situation. You were supposed to cheat. But if anyone discovered Draco cheating, it would be disastrous, perfect blackmail material, even if it never got out publicly. And any Slytherins watching would know that. They'd be looking. And then, if you were watching, you would have seen Draco Malfoy get up from his bed and go to his desk and take out a sheet of the finest sheepskin parchment and a pearl-carven inkwell filled with greenish-silver ink that had been made with true silver and crushed emeralds. From the great trunk at his bed's foot, the Slytherin drew forth a book, bound also in silver and emeralds, entitled The Etiquette of the Houses of Britain. And with a new, clean quill, Draco Malfoy began to write, frequently looking to the book where it lay open as a reference. There was a grim smile on the boy's face, making the young Malfoy look very much like his father, as he carefully drew each letter as though it were a separate artwork. From Draco, son of Lucius, son of Abraxas, lords of the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy, son also of Narcissa, daughter of Drula, lady of the noble and most ancient house of Black, scion and heir of the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy, to Hermione, the first Granger. That form might have been meant to sound polite, long ago when it had been invented. Nowadays, after centuries of being used to address mudbloods, it carried a lovely tinge of refined venom. I, Draco, of most ancient house, demand redress, for Draco paused, carefully moving the quill aside so that it wouldn't drip. He needed a pretext for this, at least if he wanted to impose the duel's conditions. The challenged had the choice of terms unless they had insulted a noble house. He needed to make it look like Granger had insulted him. What was he thinking? Granger had insulted him. Draco flipped the book to the page of standard formulae and found one that seemed appropriate. I, Draco, of most ancient house, demand redress, for that I have thrice over helped you and offered you only my good will, and in return you falsely accused me of plotting against you. Draco had to stop and take a breath, forcing down the seething anger. He was starting to genuinely feel the insult now, and he'd just written out the last phrase and underlined it without thinking, like it was an ordinary letter. After a moment's reflection, he decided to let it stand. It might not be the exact formal phrasing, but it had a raw, angry tone that seemed appropriate. Which insult you committed before the eyes of Britain. Thus I, Draco, compel you, Hermione, by custom, by law, by the 17th ruling of the 31st Wisengamot, Draco said aloud without looking, a line delivered in many plays. He sat straighter as he said it, feeling every pulse of the noble blood in his veins. Thus I, Draco, compel you, Hermione, by custom, by law, by the 17th ruling of the 31st Wisengamot, to meet me in wizard's duel with terms, that we each come alone and in silence, speaking to none before or after. If the duel went poorly, Draco could just say nothing and leave it at that. And if he did defeat Granger, he would have learned experimentally that he could beat her again in a public challenge. It wasn't cheating, but it was science, which was almost as good. Contesting by magic solely, without death or lasting injury. Where? Draco had been told about a room in Hogwarts that was good for duels, where everything valuable was already protected by wards, and there were no portraits to tattle on you. Which one had it been again? In the trophy room of the castle of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and their second and public duel had better be soon, like tomorrow. It would take very little time for his reputation in Slytherin to go irretrievably to sludge. He needed to fight Granger for the first time tonight, upon midnight's stroke that shall end this very day. Draco, of the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy. Draco signed the formal parchment, and then drew forth his ordinary and lesser parchment, and his regular ink, for his postscriptum. If you don't know how the rules work, Granger, here's how it is. You insulted a most ancient house, and I've got the lawful right to challenge. And if you affront the conditions of the duel, like by having Flitwick show up at the trophy room, or even just telling anyone else, my father will take you and your false honor straight to the Wisengamot. Draco Malfoy, on the last letter, his quill pressed down on the parchment so viciously that the nib snapped off, creating a streak of ink and a small rip in the parchment, which Draco decided also looked appropriate. That night at dinner time, Susan Bones came to Harry Potter and told him that she thought Draco Malfoy was going to carry out his plot against Hermione very soon. She was warning all the members of SPHEW, and she'd warned Professor Sprout, and she'd warned Professor Flitwick, and she was going to send a letter to her aunt tonight, and now she was warning Harry Potter, too. Only they couldn't quite talk about it with Padma, Susan said, looking very serious, because Padma was feeling torn between her loyalty to Hermione and her loyalty to her general. Harry James Potter Evans-Veres, who was at this point feeling more frustrated with the entire situation than anything really productive, snapped at her that yes, he knew something had to be done. After Susan Bones left, Harry looked over at the other end of the Ravenclaw table, where Hermione had sat down away from him, or Padma, or Anthony, or any of her other friends. But Hermione didn't look like she was in a mood where somebody going over and bothering her would be taken very well. Later, looking backward, Harry would think of how, in his SF and fantasy novels, people always made their big, important choices for big, important reasons. Hari Seldon had created his foundation to rebuild the ashes of the Galactic Empire, not because he would look more important if he could be in charge of his own research group. Raistlin Major had severed ties with his brother because he wanted to become a guard, not because he was incompetent at personal relationships and unwilling to ask for advice on how to do better. Frodo Baggins had taken the ring because he was a hero who wanted to save Middle-earth, not because it would have been too awkward not to. If anyone ever wrote a true history of the world, not that anyone ever could, or would probably 97% of all the key moments of fate would turn out to be constructed of lies and tissue paper and trivial little thoughts that somebody could have just as easily thought differently. Harry James Potter Evans-Veres looked at Hermione Granger, where she'd sat down at the other end of the table, and felt a sense of reluctance to bother her when she looked like she was already in a bad mood. So then Harry thought that it probably made more sense to talk to Draco Malfoy first, just so that he could absolutely positively definitely assure Hermione that Draco really wasn't plotting against her. And later on after dinner, when Harry went down to the Slytherin basement and was told by Vincent that the boss ain't to be disturbed, then Harry thought that maybe he should see if Hermione would talk to him right away. That he should just get started on unraveling the whole mess before it raveled any further. Harry wondered if he might just be procrastinating, if his mind had just found a clever excuse to put off something unenjoyable but necessary. He actually thought that. And then Harry James Potter Evans-Veres decided that he'd just talk to Draco Malfoy the next morning instead, after Sunday breakfast, and then talk to Hermione. Human beings did that sort of thing all the time. It was Sunday morning, on the 5th of April, 1992, and the simulated sky above the Great Hall of Hogwarts showed great torrents of rain pouring down in such density that the lightning flashes were diminished and scattered into small pulses of white light that sometimes transformed the house tables, paling their faces and making all the students appear briefly to be ghosts. Harry sat at the Ravenclaw table, wearily eating a waffle, waiting for Draco to make an appearance so that he could get started on sorting this whole thing out. There was a quibbler being passed around which had somehow ended up with Hannah and Daphne on the front page, but it hadn't gotten to his place yet. A few minutes later, Harry finished eating his waffle and then looked around again to see if Draco had arrived yet for breakfast at the Slytherin table. It was odd. Draco Malfoy was almost never late. As Harry was looking in the direction of the Slytherin table, he didn't see Hermione Granger entering through the huge doors of the Great Hall. Thus he was rather startled when he turned back and discovered Hermione sitting down directly beside him at the Ravenclaw table, just as if she hadn't not done that for more than a week. "Hi, Harry," Hermione said, her voice sounding almost exactly normal. She started to put toast on her plate and a selection of healthy fruits and vegetables. "How are you?" "Within one standard deviation of my own peculiar little average," Harry automatically replied. How are you doing? Did you sleep okay? There were dark bags under Hermione Granger's eyes. Why, yes, I'm fine, said Hermione Granger. Harry said. He took a slice of pie onto his plate. As his brain was occupied with other things, Harry's hand simply took the tastiest thing within range, without evaluating complex concepts like whether he was ready to eat dessert. Hermione, I'm going to need to talk to you later today, is that okay? Sure, said Hermione. Why wouldn't it be? Because, Harry said. I mean, you and I haven't, for the last few days. Shut up, suggested an internal part of Harry that seemed to have been recently allocated for governing Hermione-related issues. Hermione Granger didn't look like she was paying much attention to him in any case. She just stared down at her plate, and then, after about 10 seconds of awkward silence, began to eat her tomato slices, one after another without pause. Harry looked away from her and began to eat a slice of pie which he discovered had somehow materialized on his plate. So, Hermione Granger suddenly said after she'd polished off most of her plate in silence. Anything happening today? Harry said. He looked around frantically, as though to find something happening that he could use as conversational fodder. And so Harry was one of the first to see it, and wordlessly point, although the sudden swell of whispers that swept through the great hall showed that a number of other people had seen it too. The distinctive crimson tinge of the robes would have been recognizable anywhere, but it still took Harry's brain a few moments to place the faces. An Aeneas-looking man, solemn, and today looking rather grim. A man with a piercing gaze that swept over the room, his long black hair waving behind him in a ponytail. A man thin and pale and unshaven, with a face so blank that it was like stone. It took Harry a few moments to place the faces, and remember the names, from that long-ago day in January when the Dementor had come to Hogwarts. Komodo, Butnaru, Gorianoff. An Auror trio, Hermione said in a strange, bright voice. Why, I wonder what they'd be doing here. Dumbledore was in their company as well, looking as worried as Harry had ever seen him. And after a moment's pause, while the old wizard's eyes scanned the great hall and the students whispering over their breakfasts, he pointed straight at Harry. Oh, now what? Harry said under his breath. His inward thoughts were a lot more panicked than that, as he wondered frantically if anyone had connected him to the Azkaban breakout somehow. He looked at the head table, trying to make the glance casual, and realized that Professor Quirrell was nowhere to be seen this morning. The Aurors swept toward him with swift strides, Auror Gorianoff approaching from the other side of the Ravenclaw table, as though to block any escape in that direction, Auror Komodo and Auror Butnaru approaching from Harry's side, the headmaster following straight on Komodo's heels. All conversation everywhere had ground to utter silence. The Aurors reached Harry's place at the table, surrounding him from 3 angles. Yes, Harry said, as normally as he could. What is it? Hermione Granger, Auror Komodo said in a toneless voice. You are under arrest for the attempted murder of Draco Malfoy. 79. Taboo Trade-Offs, PT1. Hermione Granger, Auror Komodo said in a toneless voice. You are under arrest for the attempted murder of Draco Malfoy. The words dropped into Harry's consciousness and shattered his thoughts into 100 shards of incredulity, the shock of adrenaline running into so much confusion that Harry said. She wouldn't what? The Aurors weren't paying any attention to him. Komodo spoke again, still in that colorless voice. Mr. Malfoy has regained consciousness in St. Mungo's and named you, Hermione Granger, as his assaulter. He has repeated these accusations under 2 drops of Veritaserum. The blood-cooling charm you cast upon Mr. Malfoy would have killed him if he had not been found and treated, and it must be presumed known to you that this was a fatal curse. I therefore arrest you upon the serious charge of attempted murder, and you will be taken into ministry custody to be interrogated under 3 drops of Veritaserum. Are you mad? The words burst out of Harry's mouth as he shoved himself up from the Ravenclaw table, an instant before Auror Butnaru's hand clamped down hard upon his shoulder. Harry ignored it. That's Hermione Granger you're trying to arrest, the nicest girl in Ravenclaw. She helps Hufflepuffs with their homework. She'd die before she tried to kill anyone. Hermione Granger's face had crumpled. I did it, she whispered in a tiny voice. It was me. Another huge rock fell on Harry's thoughts and crushed their fragile order, bursting fragments of comprehension into dust. Dumbledore's face seemed to have aged decades over the course of seconds. "Why, Miss Granger?" Dumbledore said, his own voice barely above a whisper. "Why would you do such a thing?" Hermione said. I'm sorry. I don't know why She seemed to collapse in on herself. Her voice was formed of nothing but sobs, and the only words that could be made out were, "I thought killed him sorry." And Harry should have said something, should have done something, should have jumped up out of his seat and stunned all three auras, and then gone on to some incredibly clever next move. But the twice-shattered fragments of his thought processes could yield no output. Butnaru's hand pushed Harry gently but firmly back into his seat, and Harry found himself stuck there like he'd been glued. He tried to grab his wand for a finite, and it wouldn't come out of his pocket. The three auras and Dumbledore escorted Hermione out of the great hall amid a rising storm of outcries, and the doors began to swing shut behind them. Nothing made sense. It was surreal beyond all reckoning, like he'd been transported into an alternate universe. And then Harry's mind flashed back to another day of confusion, and in a moment of desperate inspiration, he finally realized what the Weasley twins had done to Rita Skeeter, and his voice rose in a scream. "Hermione, you didn't do it. You've been false memory charmed." But the doors had already shut. Minerva couldn't possibly have stood still. She paced back and forth through the headmaster's office, the back of her mind half expecting Severus or Harry to tell her to shut up and sit down. But neither the potion's master or the boy who lived seemed much concerned with her. Both of their gazes focused on Albus Dumbledore, where he had emerged from the flue. There were sounds in the background that nobody heard. Severus seemed as passionless as ever, sitting in a small cushioned chair beside the headmaster's desk. The old wizard stood terrible and upright by the still-burning fireplace, robed in black like a starless night, radiating power and dismay. All her own thoughts were of utter confusion and horror. Harry Potter sat on a wooden stool with his fingers gripping the seat, and his eyes were fury and freezing ice. At 6:33 a.m., Quirinus Quirrell had flued St. Mungo's from his office for immediate pickup of Draco Malfoy. Professor Quirrell had found Mr. Malfoy in the trophy room of Hogwarts, on the verge of death from the continuing effects of the blood-cooling charm, slowly lowering his body temperature. Professor Quirrell had immediately dispelled the charm, cast stabilizing spells on Mr. Malfoy, and levitated him to his office to flew him to St. Mungo's for further treatment. After this, Professor Quirrell had informed the headmaster, stating the facts briefly before vanishing through the flue. The auras, notified by St. Mungo's, had demanded his presence for questioning. The clear intent of the blood-cooling charm had been to kill Draco Malfoy so slowly that the wards of Hogwarts, set to detect sudden injury, would not trigger. Under interrogation, Professor Quirrell had told the auras that he had cast several tracking charms upon Mr. Malfoy's person in January, shortly after Mr. Malfoy's return to Hogwarts from Yuletime break. Professor Quirrell had cast tracking charms because he had learned of a person with a motive to harm Mr. Malfoy. Professor Quirrell had refused to identify this person. The tracking charms which Professor Quirrell had cast were triggered by Mr. Malfoy's health falling below an absolute level, rather than by sudden changes, and had therefore alerted Professor Quirrell before Mr. Malfoy had died. 2 drops of Veritaserum, sufficient to prevent Mr. Malfoy from withholding any meliorating or moderating information in his statements, had shown that Mr. Malfoy had legally, under the laws of noble houses, illegally under the regulations of Hogwarts, challenged Hermione Granger to a duel. Mr. Malfoy had won the duel, but had then, as he left, been attacked from behind by Miss Granger with a stunning hex. After this, Mr. Malfoy knew nothing. 3 drops of Veritaserum, requiring her to volunteer all relevant information, had caused Hermione Granger to confess that she had stunned Draco Malfoy from behind, and then, in a fit of anger, cast the blood-cooling charm on him, with the deliberate intention of killing him slowly enough to evade identification from the Hogwarts wards, whose workings she had read about in Hogwarts, a history. She had been horrified at herself upon awakening the next morning, but had not told anyone of what she'd done, believing Draco Malfoy to be already dead, as he certainly would have been after 7 hours, had his body's own magic not been resisting the effects of the blood-cooling charm. Her trial, said Albus Dumbledore, is set for tomorrow at noon. What? The word burst out of Harry Potter. The boy who lived didn't rise from his chair, but Minerva saw his fingers whiten where they gripped the wooden seat beneath him. That's insane. You can't do a police investigation in one day. The potions master raised his voice. This is not Muggle Britain, Mr. Potter. Severus's face was as expressionless as ever, but the bite in his voice was sharp. The Aurors have an accusation under Veritaserum and a confession under Veritaserum. So far as they are concerned, the investigation is done. Not quite, said Dumbledore, just as Harry seemed ready to explode. I have insisted to Amelia that this matter be given the utmost scrutiny. Unfortunately, as the ill-fated duel was at midnight, supposed duel, Harry said sharply. As the supposed duel was at midnight, yes, you're quite right, Harry. It is beyond the range of any time-turner. Also, supposedly, the boy who lived said coldly. And rather suspiciously, since the alleged murder suspect doesn't know about time-turners. I hope that an invisible aura was immediately sent back in time as far as possible to observe. Dumbledore inclined his head. I went myself, Harry, the moment I heard. But by the time I reached the trophy room, Mr. Malfoy was already unconscious, and Miss Granger had gone. No, said Harry Potter. You reached the trophy room and saw Draco unconscious. That is all you observed, Headmaster. You did not observe Hermione there or watch her leave. Let us distinguish observation from inference. Boy's head turned to look at her. Imperious, obliviation, false memory charm, legilimency. Professor McGonagall, am I leaving out any mind-affecting spell that could have made Hermione do this or make her believe she'd done it? The confundus charm, she said, and the dark arts had never been her study, but she knew, and certain dark rituals. But none of those could be performed in Hogwarts without alarm. The boy nodded, his eyes still directly addressing her. Which of those spells can be detected? Which would the auras try to detect? The confundus charm would wear off in a few hours, she said, after a moment to gather her thoughts. Miss Granger would remember the Imperious. Obliviation cannot be detected by any known means, but only a professor could have cast that spell upon a student without alarm from the Hogwarts wards. Legilimency can only be detected by another Legilimens. I requested that Miss Granger be examined by the court Legilimens, said Dumbledore. The examination showed. Do we trust him? Said Harry. Her, said Dumbledore. Sophie McGeorgensen, whom I remember as an honest student of Ravenclaw, and she is bound by the unbreakable vow to tell the truth of what she sees. Could someone else be polyjuiced as her? Harry Potter interrupted again. What did you observe, Headmaster? Albus said heavily. A person who looked like Madame McGeorgensen told us that a single Legilimens had lightly touched Miss Granger's mind some months ago. That is from January, Harry, when I communicated with Miss Granger about the matter of a certain Dementor. That was expected, but what I did not expect was the rest of what Sophie found. The old wizard turned to gaze into the flue fire, letting the orange flames reflect on his face. As you say, Harry, a false memory charm is one possibility. They are, when cast perfectly, indistinguishable from true memory. That doesn't surprise me, Harry interrupted. Studies show that human memories are more or less rewritten every time we remember them. Harry, Minerva said softly, and the boy's mouth clamped shut. The old wizard continued. But a false memory charm of such quality requires as much time to create as a true memory. Creating a detailed memory of 10 minutes would be 10 minutes' work. And according to the court Legilimens, Albus's face now seemed more tired and lined than before. Miss Granger has been obsessing over Mr. Malfoy since the day that Severus yelled at her. She has been thinking of how Mr. Malfoy might be in league with Professor Snape, how he might be planning to harm her and harm Harry, imagining it for hours every day. It would be impossible to create false memories for so much time. The appearance of insanity. Severus murmured softly, as though he were speaking to himself. Could it be natural? No, it is too disastrous to be pure accident, too convenient for someone, I have no doubt. A muggle drug, perhaps. But that would not be enough. Miss Granger's madness would have to be guided. Ah, Harry said suddenly. I get it now. The first false memory charm was cast on Hermione after Professor Snape yelled at her, and showed, say, Draco and Professor Snape plotting to kill her. Then last night that false memory was removed by obliviation, leaving behind the memories of her obsessing about Draco for no apparent reason. At the same time, she and Draco were given false memories of the duel. Minerva blinked in startlement. It would have been 1,000 years before she thought of that possibility. The potion's master was frowning thoughtfully, eyes intent. The reaction to a false memory charm is hard to predict in advance, Mr. Potter, without legilimency. The subjects do not always act as expected when they first remember the false memories. It would have been a risky ploy, but I suppose that is one way Professor Quirrell could have done it. Professor Quirrell, said Harry. What motive does he have to? The potion's master said dryly. The defense professor is always a suspect, Mr. Potter. You will notice a trend given time. Albus raised up a hand, a silencing gesture, and their heads all turned to look at him. But in this case, there is another suspect, Albus said quietly. Voldemort. That deadliest of unspeakable words seemed to echo around the room, cancelling all the heat from the orange flames of the fireplace. I do not know, the old wizard said slowly. I know all too little of the methods of Voldemort's immortality. He searched out those books before I did, I think. All I could find were ancient tales, scattered across too many volumes for him to remove. But to find truth among many stories is also a wizard's mastery, and this I have endeavored to do. There is a human sacrifice, a murder of that I am certain, committed in coldest blood, the victim dying in horror. And old tales of wizards possessed, doing mad deeds, claiming the names of Dark Lords thought defeated, and there is usually a device of that Dark Lord which they wield. Albus looked at Harry, the ancient eyes searching the younger. I think, Harry, though you will call it only inference, that the act of murder splits the soul. That by ritual of blackest horror, the torn fragment of soul is chained to this world, to a material thing of this world, which must be, or which then becomes, a device of power. Horcrux. The terrible name echoed in Minerva's mind, though it seemed that, for what reason she did not know, Albus would not speak that word in front of Harry. And therefore, the old wizard finished quietly, the remainder of the soul is bound to its chained part, lingering here when its body is destroyed. A sad and painful existence, I think it would be. Less than spirit, less than the meanest ghost. The old wizard's eyes were locked on Harry, who gazed back with his eyes narrowed. It would take time for that mutilated soul to regain a mockery of life. That is why we have had our 10-year reprieve, I believe, why Voldemort did not return at once. But in time, that revenant would become capable of rising again. The old wizard spoke with grim precision. It is clear from the stories that the Dark Lords who return by possessing another's form wield lesser magics than they once knew. I do not think Voldemort would be satisfied with that. He would take some other avenue to life. But Voldemort was more Slytherin than Salazar, grasping at every opportunity. He would use his pitiful state, use his power of possession if he had reason, if he could benefit by another's inexplicable fury. Albus's voice had fallen to almost a whisper. That is what I suspect happened to Miss Granger. Minerva's throat was very dry. He's here, she gasped. Here in Hogwarts, then she stopped, because the reason Voldemort had come to Hogwarts, the old wizard glanced at her only briefly and said, still in that whisper, I am sorry, Minerva, you were right. Harry's voice was edged. Right about what? Voldemort's strongest avenue to life, Dumbledore said heavily. The most desirable road for him, by which he would rise greater and more terrible than ever before. It is guarded here, within this castle. Excuse me, Harry said politely. Are you stupid? Harry, she said, but there was no force in her voice. I mean, maybe you haven't noticed this, Headmaster Dumbledore, but this castle is full of children. I had no choice, bellowed Dumbledore. The blue eyes were blazing now beneath the half-moon spectacles. I do not own it, that thing which Voldemort desires. It belongs to another and is held here by his consent. I asked if it could be kept in the Department of Mysteries. But he would not permit that. He said it must be within the wards of Hogwarts, in the place of the Founder's protection. Dumbledore passed his hand across his forehead. No, the old wizard said in a quieter voice. I cannot pass this blame to him. He is right. There is too much power in that thing, too much that men desire. I agreed that the trap should be laid behind the wards of Hogwarts, in the place of my own power. The old wizard bowed his head. I knew Voldemort would worm his way here somehow, and plan to trap him. I did not dream, that he would tarry in an enemy fortress 1 minute longer than he must. But, said Severus in some puzzlement, what would the Dark Lord possibly gain by killing Lucius's only heir? Point of order, Harry Potter said, a hard edge in his voice. The motives of whoever's behind this are not the primary issue. Our top priority at this point is that an innocent Hogwarts student is in trouble. The green eyes locked with the blue as Albus Dumbledore gazed back at the boy who lived. Quite right, Mr. Potter, Minerva said. She hadn't even thought about it. The words just seemed to pop out of her lips. Albus, who is watching over Miss Granger now. Professor Flitwick has gone to her, the headmaster said. She needs a lawyer, Harry said. Anyone who just blurts out, I did it, to the police. Unfortunately, Minerva said, her tone taking on some of Professor McGonagall's sternness without thinking. I doubt an attorney will be any use to Miss Granger at this point, Mr. Potter. She is to face the judgment of the Wisengamot, and they would be exceedingly unlikely to free her on a technicality. Harry was looking at her with an utterly incredulous expression, as though suggesting that Hermione Granger didn't need an attorney was akin to suggesting that she be set on fire. She is correct, Mr. Potter, Severus said quietly. Few court processes in this country involve solicitors. Harry lifted his glasses and rubbed his eyes briefly. Fine. How do we get Hermione off the hook exactly? I suppose it's too much to hope that, with all the lawyers gone, the judges understand the concept of common sense and prior probability well enough to realize that 12-year-old girls basically never commit cold-blooded murders. It is the Wisengamot that she faces, said Severus. The oldest noble houses and certain other wizards of influence. Severus's face twisted in something approaching his customary sarcasm. As for them showing common sense, you might as well expect them to make you a bacon sandwich, Potter. Harry nodded, his mouth set. Exactly what sort of penalty is Hermione facing? Snapped wand and expulsion? No, Severus said. Nothing that light. Are you willfully misunderstanding, Potter? She is facing the Wisengamot. There is no set penalty. There is only the vote. Harry Potter murmured. The rule of law in complex times has proved itself deficient. We much prefer the rule of men. It's vastly more efficient. There's no constraining legal rules at all, then. Light glinted off the old wizard's half-moon glasses. He spoke carefully, and not without anger. Legally, Harry, we are dealing with a blood debt from Hermione Granger to the House of Malfoy. The Lord of Malfoy proposes a repayment of that debt, and then the Wisengamot votes on his proposal. That is all. But, Harry said slowly, Lucius was sorted into Slytherin. He's got to realize that Hermione was just a pawn, not the one he should actually be angry at. Right. No, Harry Potter, Albus Dumbledore said heavily. That is how you wish Lucius Malfoy would think. Lucius Malfoy himself will not share your desire that he think that way. Harry gazed at the headmaster, his eyes growing colder, at the same time that Minerva herself had to clamp down harder on her own emotions, stop her pacing and try to breathe. She'd been trying not to think about it, trying to turn her thoughts away from it, but she knew. She'd known since the instant she'd heard. She could see it in Albus's eyes. Is she facing capital punishment? Harry said quietly, and chills went all the way down Minerva's spine at the undertones of that voice. No, Albus said. No, not the kiss, not Azkaban, not for a first year in Hogwarts. Our country is not so lost, not yet. But Lucius Malfoy, Severus said tonelessly, certainly will not be satisfied with only snapping her wand. All right, Harry said commandingly. As I see it, we've got two essential lines of attack. Line 1, find the real culprit. Line 2, other leverage over Lucius. Professor Quirrell saved Draco's life. Does that create a blood debt from House Malfoy to him that he could redeem to cancel Hermione's? Minerva blinked in startlement again. No, Dumbledore said. The old wizard shook his head. It was a clever thought, but no, Harry, I'm afraid not. There is an exception when the Wisengamot suspects that the circumstances of a life debt may have been created deliberately, and the defense professor is hardly above suspicion. Thus Lucius would argue. Harry nodded once, face set. Headmaster, I know I said I wouldn't, but under the circumstances, that time Draco cast that torture hex on me, is that debt enough? No, the old wizard said, even as she blurted what? And Severus lifted an eyebrow. It would not have been enough, and now it is no debt at all. You are an occlumens and cannot testify under veritaserum. Draco Malfoy could be obliviated of his own memory before he could testify. Albus hesitated. Harry. Whatever you have done with Draco, you must assume that Lucius Malfoy will soon know of it. Harry's head sank into his hands. He'll give Draco veritaserum. Yes, Albus said quietly. The boy who lived didn't say anything as he sat with his head in his hands. The potion's master looked genuinely shocked. Draco really was trying to help Miss Granger, Severus said. You Potter, you actually turned him, Harry said from between his hands. I was about 3/4 done. Taught him the Patronus charm and everything. I don't know what will happen now, though. Voldemort has struck a grave blow against us this day, Albus said. The sound of old Wizard's voice was like the look of the boy with his head in his hands. He has taken 2 of our pieces with 1. No, I should have seen it earlier. He has taken 2 of Harry's pieces with 1 move. Voldemort has begun his game again, not against myself, but against Harry. Voldemort knows the prophecy. He knows who his last foe shall be. He's not waiting to face Hermione Granger and Draco Malfoy at Harry's side when they are grown. He's striking at them now. Maybe it's you-know-who, and maybe it isn't, Harry said, his voice sounding a little unsteady. Let's not narrow down the hypothesis space prematurely. Harry took a breath and lowered his hands. The other thing we can try is to nail the real culprit before the trial, or at least find solid evidence that someone else did it. Mr. Potter, said Minerva, Professor Quirrell told the Aurors that he knew of someone with a motive to harm Mr. Malfoy. Do you know who he was talking about? Yes, Harry said, after a hesitation. But I think I shall conduct that part of my investigation with the defense professor, just as I would not have Professor Quirrell in the room while we were discussing how to investigate him. He suspects me, Severus said, then gave a short laugh. Why, of course he does. My own plan, said Harry, is to go look at the trophy room where the supposed duel took place and see if I can discover anything anomalous. If you can tell the investigating Aurors to let me through. What investigating Aurors? Severus said tonelessly. Harry Potter took a deep breath, slowly let it out, and then spoke again. In mystery books, it usually takes longer than 1 day to solve a crime, but 24 hours is, no, 30 hours is 1800 minutes. And I can think of at least one other important place to look for clues, though it'll have to be someone who can get into the Ravenclaw girls' dorm. Back when Hermione was fighting bullies, she was finding notes under her pillow each morning, telling her where to go, Albus. Ground out Minerva. I did not send them, said the old wizard. His white eyebrows had lifted in surprise. I knew nothing of this. You think she was being played, Harry? It's a possibility, Harry said. More so because there's a part of this puzzle that you don't know about yet. Harry's voice lowered, grew more intense. Headmaster, you already know that I got my father's invisibility cloak from someone who left a note under my pillow, saying it was an early Christmas present. I think we have to assume that's the same person who left notes for Hermione. Harry, the old wizard said, and hesitated momentarily. Returning your father's cloak to you does not seem to me like the act of a villain. Listen, Harry Potter said urgently. The part you don't know is that after Bellatrix Black escaped from Azkaban, I found another note under my pillow, signed, Santa Claus, saying that they'd heard you were shutting me up inside Hogwarts, and that they were giving me an escape route to the Salem Witches Institute in America. That note came with a deck of cards, in which the King of Hearts was supposedly a portkey, Mr. Potter, cried Professor McGonagall. She hadn't even thought before she spoke. That could well be a kidnapping attempt. You should have told, yes, Professor, I did the sensible thing, the boy said levelly. As adapted to the circumstances, I did the sensible thing. I told Professor Quirrell. And according to Professor Quirrell, that portkey goes to somewhere in London. It's definitely not strong enough to be an international portkey. Now it's possible that the person who sent the note is honest, and that the point in London is just a way station. The boy reached into his robes and took out a deck of cards, along with a folded paper note. I will trust you not to go in guns blazing, I mean wands blazing, just in case the sender is an ally of mine, if not yours. But if this is a trap, I say we spring it now. And whoever it is, take them alive so we can exhibit them before the Wisengamot. I cannot overemphasize that part. Severus rose from his chair, his eyes now intent, and moved toward Harry. I'll need a hair of yours for Polyjuice. Mr. Potter, let us not be hasty, said Albus. We have not yet examined the notes sent to Miss Granger. There may be no resemblance after all. Severus, would you enter her dorm room and see if you can find those? Harry Potter's eyebrows had raised, even as he stood to offer the potion's master better access to his mess of hair. You think two different people are running around Hogwarts leaving notes beneath pillows? Severus gave a brief sardonic laugh as his hand moved forward and plucked a hair, which soon was being carefully wrapped in silk. Quite possibly. If I have learned anything in my tenure as head of Slytherin, I have learned what ridiculous messes arise when there is more than one plotter and more than one plan. But headmaster, I think Mr. Potter is correct that I should follow this portkey and see where it leads. Albus hesitated and then nodded reluctantly. I will speak to you before you go then. Even as Harry Potter left the room for his own investigations, Severus spun on his heel and strode swiftly toward the jar of flue powder, his cloak rising behind him with his speed. I'll get some raw polyjuice, add the hair, and go. Headmaster, will you stand by to Albus? Minerva said, surprised at how steady her own voice was. Did you leave those notes under Mr. Potter's pillow? Severus's hand halted an instant before casting flue powder into the fire. Dumbledore nodded to her, though the accompanying smile seemed a bit hollow. You know me far too well, my dear. And I suppose the portkey goes to a friendly home where Mr. Potter would be kept safe and sound until you arrive to pick him up and return him to Hogwarts. Her voice tight. It was sensible. She could not deny it was sensible, but somehow it seemed a little cruel. Depend on the circumstances, the old wizard said quietly. If Harry had gone so far, I might have let him make good his escape for a time. Better to know where he was going and ensure it was somewhere safe with friends. And to think, said Professor McGonagall, that I had thought to reprimand Mr. Potter for not telling us about this important matter, upbraid him for not having the sense to trust us. Her voice had risen in volume. I shall skip that lecture, I suppose. Severus was gazing at the headmaster with narrowed eyes, and the notes to Miss Granger, the defense professor, very likely, the old wizard said. Still, that is only a guess. I shall go look for them, Severus said, and then, I suppose, start looking for you-know-who. A frown crossed the potion's master's face. A task at which I haven't the faintest idea of where to start. Do you know of any magics to find a soul, headmaster? The divination classroom was lit by the dim red light of 100 small fires where burned 100 kinds of incense, so that if you were to ask in one word what the room looked like, the answer would be smoke. Assuming you bothered to look at anything when your nose was threatening to overload and die. If your gaze could pierce those dank mists, you would see a tiny, cluttered room in which 40 stuffed armchairs, most of them unused, were crammed around a small open space in the center of the room, where a circular trapdoor waited on your escape. The Grim, Professor Trelawney said in a quavering voice, as she peered into George Weasley's teacup. The Grim, it is a sign of death. One whom you know, George, someone you know is to die. And soon, yes, it shall be quite soon, I think, unless of course it is later. It would have been a good deal scarier, thought Fred and George, if she hadn't said the same thing to every single other student in their divination class. They were hardly even thinking about it at this point. All their thoughts were on today's disaster. The trapdoor in the floor flew open with a bang that caused Professor Trelawney to shriek and spill George's tea all over his robes, and then an instant later Dumbledore was whooshing up out of the floor with a bird of fire upon his shoulder. Fred, the old wizard said commandingly. His robes were the black of a moonless night, his eyes hard like blue diamonds. George, with me now. There was a collective gasp, and by the time Fred and George were climbing down the ladder after the headmaster, the entire class was already speculating what role they'd played in the attempted murder of Draco Malfoy. The trapdoor had hardly slammed shut above them before all nearby sounds muted, and the old wizard spun on them and held out a hand and commanded, "Give me the map." "M-map," said Fred or George in total shock. They'd never even suspected that Dumbledore suspected. "Why, W, we don't know what your Hermione Granger is in trouble," said the old wizard. "The map is in our dorm," George or Fred said immediately. "Just give us a few minutes to get it, and the wizard's arms swept them up as if they were hugging pillows. There was a piercing cry and a flash of fire. and then the three of them were in the third-year Gryffindor's boys' dorm. A few moments later, Fred and George were handing over the map to the headmaster, wincing only slightly at the sacrilege of giving their precious piece of the Hogwarts security system to the person who actually owned it, and the old wizard was frowning at the apparent blankness. "You've got to say," they explained. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. I decline to lie," said the old wizard. He held the map high and bellowed, "Hear me, Hogwarts, Diligiter Prodi." An instant later, the headmaster was wearing the sorting hat, which looked scarily right upon his head, as though Dumbledore had always been waiting for a patchwork-pointed hat to complete his existence. Fred and George immediately memorized this phrase, just in case it would work for somebody besides the headmaster, and began trying to think of pranks that would involve the sorting hat. The old wizard wasted not a moment before sweeping the sorting hat off his head and turning it upside down. It was hard to tell with the hat upside down, but it looked a bit cross at the treatment, and then plunged in his hand and drew out a crystal rod. With this instrument, he began tracing rune-like patterns on the map, muttering strange incantations that sounded not quite like Latin and echoed in their ears in an unusually creepy fashion. In the midst of tracing one rune, he looked up at both of them, fixing them with a sharp glare. "I will return this to you later, sons of Weasley. Go back to class." "Yes, headmaster," they said, and hesitated. About Hermione Granger, is she really going to be bound to serve Draco Malfoy forever as his go?" said the old wizard. They went. When he was alone in the room, the old wizard looked down at the map, which had now written upon itself a fine line drawing of the Gryffindor dorms in which they stood, the small handwritten Albus P.W.B. Dumbledore the only name left therein. The old wizard smoothed the map, bent over it, and whispered, "Find Tom Riddle." The interrogation room at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was usually lit by a small orange light, so that the aura interrogating you would be leaning toward your uncomfortable metal chair with most of their face in shadow, preventing you from reading their expression, even as they read yours. As soon as Mr. Quirrell had entered the room, the small orange light had dimmed and begun flickering like a candle about to be blown out by the wind. The room was now lit by a sourceless ice-colored glow, which illuminated all of Mr. Quirrell's pale skin like alabaster, except, somehow, his eyes, which stayed in darkness. The aura on duty outside had surreptitiously tried to dispel this effect 4 times without the slightest success, despite the fact that Mr. Quirrell had politely surrendered his wand upon being detained for interrogation, and had shown no sign of speaking any incantations nor exerting any other power. Queerness. "Quirrell," drawled the man now sitting across from where the defense professor had waited courteously. The interrogator had tawny hair that swept back like a lion's mane, with yellowish eyes set into the sternly lined face of a man late in his 10th decade. The man was, at this moment, leafing through a large folder of parchments that he had taken from a black and very solid-looking briefcase after he had limped into the room and sat down, seeming not to look at the face of the man he was interrogating. He had not introduced himself. After some further leafing through parchments, carried out in silence, the aura spoke again. "Born the 26th of September 1955 to Quandia Quirrell of an acknowledged tryst with Lyrinus Lumblang," intoned the aura, sorted into Ravenclaw. OWLS quite good. NEWTS in charms, transfiguration, and outstanding in Muggle studies, impressive. Ancient runes, and yes, defense. And outstanding in that as well. Went on to become quite the tourist, visiting all sorts of places. Portkey visas for Transylvania, the Forbidden Empire, the City of Endless Night. My, Texas. The man looked up from the portfolio, eyes narrowed. "What were you doing there, Mr. Quirrell?" "Sightseeing, mostly in the Muggle areas," the defense professor said easily. "As you say, I am quite the tourist." The man listened to this with a frown, then looked back down, then up again. "I also see that you visited Fayuki City in 1983. The defense professor lifted an eyebrow in mild puzzlement. "What of it? What did you do in Fayuki City?" The question snapped out razor-sharp. The defense professor frowned slightly. "Nothing of any account. I visited some better-known sites, some less-known sites, and aside from that, kept to myself." "Really?" the aura said softly. "I find that reply rather interesting." "How so?" said the defense professor. Because there was no visa listed for Fayuki City. The man slammed the folder shut. You're not Quirinus, Quirrell. Who the hell are you? The potions master walked quietly into the Ravenclaw girls' dorm, the first-year dorm room, a festive place where bronze and blue competed to be the color of stuffed animals, scarves and dresses, small bits of inexpensive jewelry, and posters of famous people. Hermione Granger's bed was easy to identify. It was the one that had been attacked by a book monster. Nobody else seemed to be around at that time of day, and a number of spells verified this. The potions master searched under Hermione Granger's pillow and beneath her bed, and then began going through her trunk, sorting through mentionable and unmentionable items without change of expression, and finally succeeded in drawing forth a set of papers describing places and times where bullies would be found. All of the papers signed only with an elaborate. A brief burst of fire later, the papers were gone, and the potions master left to report the failure of his mission. The defense professor was sitting calmly with his hands still folded in his lap. If you consult Headmaster Dumbledore, said the defense professor, you will find that he is well aware of this matter, and that I agreed to teach his defense class on the explicit condition that no inquiry be made into my. In a lightning motion, the interrogator whipped out his wand and spat Polyfluis reverso, at the same time that the defense professor sneezed, which somehow caused the mirror-silvered ray to disrupt in a shower of white sparks. Pardon me, the defense professor said politely. The smile that the aura gave had absolutely no mirth in it. So where's the real Quirinus Quirrell, eh? Under an Imperius in the bottom of a trunk somewhere, while you take a hair now and then for your illegal polyjuice. You are making highly questionable assumptions, the defense professor said with an edged voice. What makes you think I did not steal his body outright using incredibly dark magic? This was followed by a certain pause. I suggest, the aura said, that you take this seriously, Mr. Whoever you are. I'm sorry, said the defense professor, leaning back in his chair, but I see little reason to humble myself on this particular occasion. What are you going to do, kill me? I don't appreciate your humor, the aura said softly. How unfortunate for you, Rufus Scrimgeour, said the defense professor. You have my deepest sympathy. He tilted his head, seeming to study the interrogator, and even within the shadow of the ice light, the eyes glinted. Padma stared down at her plate. Hermione wouldn't just do that, yelled Mandy Brocklehurst, who was practically in tears. In fact, she was in tears. Her voice would have been loud enough to silence the great hall if it hadn't been for all the other students also screaming at each other. I bet Malfoy tried to do things to her. Our general would never do that. Kevin Entwistle yelled even louder than Mandy. Of course he would, shouted Anthony Goldstein. Malfoy's the son of a Death Eater. Padma stared down at her plate. Draco was the general of her army. Hermione was the founder of SPHEW. Draco had trusted her to be his second-in-command. Hermione was her fellow Ravenclaw. Both of them were her friends, maybe the two best friends she had. Padma stared down at her plate. She was glad the sorting hat hadn't offered her Hufflepuff. If she'd been sorted into Hufflepuff, it would probably have been much more painful, trying to decide where her divided loyalties lay. She blinked and realized that her vision had gotten blurry again, and raised a trembling hand to wipe once more at her eyes. Morag McDougal snorted so loudly it was audible even amid the pandemonium of lunch, and said in a loud voice, I bet Granger cheated in her battle yesterday. I bet that's why Malfoy challenged her. All of you shut up, roared Harry Potter as he hit the table with his fists so hard that plates rattled all the way along it. At any other time, it would have gotten professors reprimanding him. This time it just got a few nearby students to look. I'd wanted to eat lunch, Harry Potter said, and then get back to investigating, so I wasn't going to talk. But you're all being silly, and when the truth comes out, you're going to regret what you said about innocent people. Draco didn't do anything. Hermione didn't do anything. They were both false memory charmed. Harry Potter's voice had been rising on the last words. How is that not bloody obvious? You think we'll believe that? Kevin Entwistle yelled right back at him. That's what everyone says. I didn't do it. It was all just a false memory charm. You think we're stupid? And Morag nodded right along with him, with a condescending look. The look that came over Harry Potter's face then made Padma flinch. I see, Harry Potter said. It wasn't a shout, so Padma had to strain to hear it. Professor Quirrell isn't here to explain to me how stupid people are, but I bet this time I can get it on my own. People do something dumb and get caught, and are given veritaserum. Not romantic master criminals, because they wouldn't get caught. They would have learned a clemency. Sad, pathetic, incompetent criminals get caught and confess under veritaserum, and they're desperate to stay out of Azkaban, so they say they were false memory charmed. Right. So your brain, by sheer Pavlovian association, links the idea of false memory charms to pathetic criminals with unbelievable excuses. You don't have to consider the specific details. Your brain just pattern matches the hypothesis into a bucket of things you don't believe, and you're done. Just like my father thought that magical hypotheses could never be believed because he'd heard so many stupid people talking about magic. Believing a hypothesis that involves false memory charms is low status. What are you blithering about? Said Morag, looking down her nose at the boy who lived. You think we'd believe anything you say? Yelled a slightly older-looking Ravenclaw witch who Padma didn't recognize. When you turned Granger dark. And I'm not going to complain, Harry Potter said in an eerily calm voice, about wizards not having any logic and believing the craziest things. Because I said that to Professor Quirrell once, and he just gave me this look and said that if I wasn't blinded by my upbringing, I could think of 100 more ridiculous things that lots of muggles believe. What you're all doing is very human and very normal and doesn't make you unusually bad people, so I'm not going to complain. The boy who lived rose up from his bench. I'll see you all later. And Harry Potter walked away from them, walked away from all of them. You're not thinking he's right, are you? Said Sue Lee from beside her, in a tone which made it clear what she thought. Aye, said Padma. Her words seemed to be caught in her throat, her thoughts seemed to be caught in her head. I mean aye, if you think hard enough you can do the impossible. It had always been an article of faith with Harry. There'd been a time when he'd acknowledged the laws of physics as ultimate limitations, and now he suspected there were no true limits at all. If you think fast enough, you can sometimes do the impossible quickly. Sometimes. Only sometimes. Not always. Not reliably. The boy who lived stared around the trophy room, surrounded by awards and cups and plates and shields and statues and medals kept behind thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, of crystal glass displays. For as many centuries as Hogwarts had existed, this room had been accumulating details. A week, a month, maybe even a year, wouldn't have sufficed to take the examine option on every item in the room. With Professor Flitwick gone, Harry had asked Professor Vector if there was any way to detect damage to the wards around the crystal cases, verify the residue that a real duel should have left behind. Harry had raced through the Hogwarts library looking for spells to tell the difference between old fingerprints and new fingerprints, or to detect lingering exhalations in a room, and all those attempts at playing detective had failed. There were no clues, none that he was smart enough to find. Professor Snape had said that the portkey led to an empty house in London, with no sign of anyone or anything else. Professor Snape hadn't found any notes in Hermione's dorm. Headmaster Dumbledore had said that Voldemort's spirit was probably hiding out in the Chamber of Secrets, where the Hogwarts security system couldn't find him. Harry had snuck into the Slytherin dungeons under the cloak of invisibility and spent the rest of the afternoon looking through all the obvious places, but he hadn't found anything snaky that answered back when spoken to. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, it seemed, hadn't been meant to be found in a day. Harry had talked to all of Hermione's friends that would still talk to him, and none of them had remembered Hermione saying anything specific about why she believed that Draco was plotting against her. Professor Quirrell hadn't come back from the ministry as of dinner time. The older students seemed to think that this year's defense professor would probably end up being blamed for the incident and fired for teaching Hogwarts students to be too violent. They talked about the defense professor as though he were already gone. Harry had used up all 6 hours from his time turner, and there were still no clues, and he had to go to sleep now if he wanted to be functional at Hermione's trial the next day. The boy who destroyed a Dementor was standing in the middle of the Hogwarts trophy room, his wand dropped at his feet. He was crying. Sometimes you call your brain, and it doesn't answer. The trial of Hermione Granger started on schedule the next day. 80. Taboo Trade-Offs, PT2, The Horn's Effect. The most ancient hall of the Wisengamot is cool and dark, with concentric half-circles of stone rising up from the lowest center, and simple wooden benches set down upon those elevated half-circles. There is no source of light, but the chamber is well lit, without any apparent cause or reason. It is simply a brute fact that the hall is well lit. The walls, like the floor, are stone, dark stone, some elegant and mysterious conjugation of rock, most fine to gaze upon, with a smooth texture that seems to flow and shift beneath its surface. This is the most ancient hall, the oldest place of wizardry that has lasted into the modern day. Every other place of power was destroyed in one war or another. This is the hall of the Wisengamot, which is most ancient because the wars ended with the building of this place. This is the hall of the Wisengamot. There are older places, but they are hidden. Legend holds that the walls of dark stone were conjured, created, willed into existence by Merlin, when he gathered the most powerful wizards left in the world and awed them into accepting him as their chief. And when, the legend continues, the seers continued to foretell that not enough had yet been done to prevent the end of the world and its magic, then, the story goes, Merlin sacrificed his life, and his wizardry, and his time, to lay in force the interdict of Merlin. It was not an act without cost, for a place like this one could not be raised again by any power still known to wizard kind, nor yet destroyed, for those walls of dark stone would pass unharmed, and perhaps unwarmed, through the heart of a nuclear explosion. It is a pity that nobody knows how to make them any more. In the highest of the rising half-circles of the Wisengamot, on the topmost level of dark stone, there is a podium. At that podium stands an old man, with care-lined face and a silver beard that stretches down below his waist. This is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. His right hand bears a wand of power. Upon his shoulder perches a bird of fire. His left hand holds a short rod, thin and featureless, and forged of the same dark stone as the walls. And this is the line of Merlin unbroken, the device of the chief warlock. Corinne Dutton bequeathed the line to Albus Dumbledore on the last day of her life, scant hours after he returned half-dead from his defeat of Grindelwald with a phoenix flaming brightly at his side. She in turn received the line from the perfectionist Nicodemus Capernaum, each wizard passing it to their chosen successor, back and back, in unbroken chain, to the day Merlin laid down his life. That, if you were wondering, is how the country of magical Britain managed to elect Cornelius Fudge for its minister, and yet end up with Albus Dumbledore for its chief warlock. Not by law, for written law can be rewritten, but by most ancient tradition, the Wisengamot does not choose who shall preside over its follies. Since the day of Merlin's sacrifice, the most important duty of any chief warlock has been to exercise the highest caution in their choice of people who are both good and able to discern good successors. You would expect that chain of light to miss a step, sometime down through the centuries, that it would go astray at least once, and then never return. But it has not. The line of Merlin continues, unbroken, or so say those of Dumbledore's faction. Lord Malfoy would tell you otherwise, and in Asia they tell other tales entirely, which may not make Britain's version wrong. Upon the bottommost platform of the ancient hall there is a high-backed chair, legged and armed and without cushions, of dark metal rather than dark stone, which Merlin did not place there. The ministry building that grew up around this place is wood-panelled and gold-washed, bright and fire-lit, filled with bustling foolishness. This place is different. It is the stone heart of magical Britain, and it is neither gold-washed nor wood-panelled, neither fire-lit nor bright. Filing solemnly into this room are witches and wizards in plum-colored robes, each embroidered with a silver W they carry themselves, with an air of seriousness, showing that they are well aware that they are terribly, terribly important. They are meeting in the most ancient hall, after all. They are the lords and ladies of the Wisengamot, and they consider themselves the greatest folk of the world's greatest magical country. Lesser folk have fallen before them on bended knee in supplication. They are powerful, they are wealthy, they are noble, are they not great? Albus Dumbledore knows everyone in this room by name. He has taught many of them, though too few have learned. Some are his allies, some his opponents, the rest he courts within the careful dance of their neutrality. All of them, to him, are people. The current defense professor of Hogwarts, if you asked him for his opinion of the lords and ladies, would say that while many of them are ambitious, few have any ambition. He would observe that the Wisengamot is exactly where someone like that would end up, that it is exactly the sort of opportunity you would grasp if you had nothing better to do. Such folk are rarely interesting, but they are often useful, pieces to be manipulated, points to be scored by the true players of the game. Not among the rising half-circles, but off to one side among a raised arc for the spectators, next to a witch in pointed hat whose face is lined with apprehension. There sits a boy dressed in the most formal black robes that he owns. His eyes are green ice and abstraction, and he hardly glances at the lords and ladies as they bustle in. To him, they are just a collection of murmuring plum-colored robes to decorate the wooden benches, visual background for the scene of the most ancient hall. If there is an enemy here, or something to be manipulated, it is merely the Wisengamot. The wealthy elites of magical Britain have collective force, but not individual agency. Their goals are too alien and trivial for them to have personal roles in the tale. As of now, this present time, the boy neither likes nor dislikes the plum-colored robes, because his brain does not assign them enough agenthood to be the subjects of moral judgment. He is a PC, and they are wallpaper. This view is about to change. Harry gazed unseeing around the hall of the Wisengamot. It looked quite old and historic, and there was no doubt that Hermione could have lectured him about the place for hours on end. The plum-colored robes had stopped arriving, and Harry's pocket watch, advancing at the rate of 3 minutes every half hour, said that the trial was almost due to start. Professor McGonagall was sitting beside him, and her eyes never left him for more than 20 consecutive seconds. Harry had read the Daily Prophet that morning. The headline had been "Mad Muggleborn Tries to End Ancient Line," and the rest of the paper had been the same. When Harry was 9 years old, the era had blown up a British barracks, and he'd watched on TV as all the politicians contested to see who could be the most loudly outraged. And the thought had occurred to Harry, even then, before he'd known much about psychology, that it looked like everyone was competing to see who could be most angry, and nobody would have been allowed to suggest that anyone was being too angry, even if they'd just proposed the saturation nuclear bombing of Ireland. He'd been struck, even then, by an essential emptiness in the indignation of politicians, though he hadn't had the words to describe it, at that age, a sense that they were trying to score cheap points by hitting at the same safe target as everyone else. Harry had always possessed that sense of hollowness about political indignation, but it was strange how very much more obvious it seemed when you were reading a dozen articles in the Daily Prophet beating on Hermione Granger. The leading article, written by some name that Harry didn't recognize, had called for the minimum age for Azkaban to be lowered, just so that the twisted mudblood who had defaced the honor of Scotland with her savage, unprovoked attack upon the last heir of a most ancient house within the sacred refuge of Hogwarts could be sent to the Dementors that were the only punishment commensurate with the severity of her unspeakable crime. Only this would be enough to discourage any other foreign, subhuman brutes who similarly believed in their twisted insanity that they could evade the majesty of the Wisengamots, inevitable and merciless scourging of all that threatened the honorable nobility of etc., etc., etc. The next article had said the same thing in less eloquent words. Earlier, Albus Dumbledore had told him, "I will not try to keep you from this trial." The old wizard's voice quiet and unyielding. "I can well foresee how that would go, but I would have you treat me with equal courtesy in return. The politics of the Wisengamot are delicate, and of them you know nothing. Dare any folly, and it shall be to Hermione Granger's cost, and you will remember that folly for the rest of your days. Harry James Potter Evans Vers." "I understand," Harry said. "I know. Just if you're planning to pull a rabbit out of your hat and save the day at the last minute when everything seems lost, please tell me now instead of letting me sit and worry." "I would not do that to you," the old wizard said, a terrible weariness seeming to suffuse him as he turned to go. "Still less to Hermione. But I have no rabbits in my hat, Harry. We can only see what Lucius Malfoy wants." There was a small, sharp rap, a single brief sound that somehow silenced the entire room and caused Harry's head to jerk around and upward. High above, Dumbledore had just tapped his podium with the dark rod he held in his left hand. The 90th session of the 208th Wisengamot is convened at the request of Lord Lucius Malfoy, the old wizard said tonelessly. Once, far to the side of the podium, but also in the highest circle, rose a tall man with a mane of long white spilling down from his head over the shoulders of his plum-colored robes. "I present a witness for questioning under Veritaserum," Lucius Malfoy said, his cool tone clear throughout the room, smoothly controlled with only a slight undertone of righteous fury. "Let Hermione, the first Granger, be brought forth. I ask you all to remember that she is a first year of Hogwarts," Dumbledore said. "Will brook no abuse of this witness," someone in the benches quite audibly said far, and there was a spread of disgusted snorts, even one or two jeers. Harry stared at the plum-colored robes, his eyes narrowing. And with the growing anger came something else, a rising sense of disquiet, of something horribly skewed, like reality itself was being disrupted. Harry knew that somehow, but he couldn't figure out what was awry, or why his mind thought it was getting worse. "Order," Dumbledore bellowed. He rapped the stone rod twice against the podium, producing two more small clicks that overrode all noise. "I will have order here." The door through which the witness was brought forth was set directly beneath Harry's own seat, so it wasn't until the entire group had emerged fully into the stone hall that Harry saw. An Auror trio, Hermione's back was to Harry as she was brought out. He couldn't see her face, followed by a shining silver sparrow and a running moonlit squirrel, and the source of the horrible wrongness, half hidden beneath a tattered cloak. Harry shot to his feet before he could even think. It was only Professor McGonagall's sudden frantic grab on his wrist that stopped his hand going for his wand, and the Transfiguration Professor whispered desperately, "Harry, it's all right, there's a patroness." It took a few seconds for Harry to remember himself. For the part of himself that understood that Hermione hadn't been directly exposed to a Dementor, to argue his other parts into something like sanity. But animal patronesses aren't perfect, said another voice inside his mind. Or Dumbledore wouldn't see the form of a naked man painful to look upon. You felt it approaching, animal patroness or no. Slowly, Harry Potter sat back down again as Professor McGonagall pulled down with her grip on his wrist. But by then he'd already declared war on the country of magical Britain, and the idea of other people calling him a Dark Lord no longer seemed important one way or another. Hermione's face became visible to him as she sat down in the chair. She wasn't upright and defiant like she'd been in front of Snape. She wasn't crying like she'd been when the Aurors arrested her. She just sat there with a look of vacant horror as dark metal chains snaked out from the chair and bound her arms and legs. Harry couldn't take it. Without even thinking, he was trying to flee inside himself, flee into his dark side, pull the cold rage over himself like a shield. It took too long. He hadn't tried to go fully into his dark side since Azkaban. And then, when his blood was something like cold, he looked up again and saw Hermione in the chair again, and discovered that his dark side knew nothing about how to deal with this type of pain. It pierced through the coldness like a knife, and didn't hurt less in the slightest. "Why, if it isn't Harry Potter," came a high, light female voice, sickly sweet and indulgent. Slowly, Harry turned his head away from the chair and saw a smiling woman wearing so much makeup that her skin looked almost pink, sitting next to a man that Harry recognized from photographs as Minister Cornelius Fudge. "Did you have something to say, Mr. Potter?" inquired the woman, as cheerfully as if this wasn't a trial. Other people were also looking at him now. Harry couldn't speak. All the words in his mind would have been stupid to speak aloud. He couldn't find anything to say that Neville could also have said. Dumbledore had warned Harry that if anyone else wanted the boy who lived to speak, he must pretend to be his age. "The headmaster said I shouldn't ought to talk," the boy said, not quite able to keep the edge out of his voice. "Oh, but you have our permission to talk," the woman said brightly. "I'm sure the Wisengamot is always happy to hear from the boy who lived." Beside her, Minister Cornelius Fudge was nodding. The woman's face was puffy and overweight, visibly pale beneath the makeup. Almost inevitably, a certain word came to mind, and that word was toad. Which, said Harry's logical part, shouldn't correlate to morality in any way. Only in Disney movies were ugly people more likely to be evil and vice versa, and those movies were probably scripted by writers who'd never been ugly. He'd give her a chance. Everyone in this room deserved one chance. "Because I got rid of the Dark Lord," the boy said, and pointed at the Dementor where it was hovering behind Hermione's chair. "There's something in this room that's darker." The woman's face narrowed, growing a little stern. "I realize a young boy like yourself may be scared by them, Mr. Potter, but the Dementors are quite obedient to the Ministry of Magic, and they would, of course, be necessary to guard a 12-year-old girl," the boy yelled. "Those are the darkest creatures in the whole world. I could feel it coming here even through the Patronus. The wrongness coming nearer. It's horribly evil, and it'd eat everyone in this room if it could. It shouldn't be let near any child, ever. Not me, not her, not anyone. You ought to vote to send it away." "We'll certainly have no such vote," the Toad Woman snapped. "That's enough, Madam Umbridge, Mr. Potter," came Dumbledore's stern voice from high above. And then after a short pause, the old wizard went on, "Although, of course, the boy is correct on every count." Some of the members of the Wisengamot were looking abashed at the boy who lived's admonition, and a few others were nodding violently to the old wizard's words. But they were too few. Harry could see it. They were too few. The Veritasrum was brought in then, and Hermione looked for a brief moment like she was about to sob. She was looking at Harry now, at Professor McGonagall, and Professor McGonagall was mouthing words that Harry couldn't make out from his angle. Then Hermione swallowed 3 drops of Veritasrum, and her face grew slack. "Gawain Robards," said the smooth voice of Lucius Malfoy, "your probity is known to all of us. If you would do the honors." One of the 3 auras stepped forward. After the first few questions, Harry looked away and stared off to one side with his fingers in his ears, as Hermione's brain played back the contents of the false memory charm. He couldn't handle the drug-dulled anguish in Hermione's voice as she recounted the false memories, and his dark side couldn't handle it either, and he'd already heard the contents summarized. Harry's mind flashed back to another day of horror, and even though Harry had been on the verge of writing off Lord Voldemort's continued existence as the senility of an old wizard, it suddenly seemed horribly and uniquely plausible that the entity who'd memory charmed Hermione was the very same mind that had made use of Bellatrix Black. The 2 events had a certain signature in common. To choose that this should happen, plan for this to happen, it would take more than evil, it would take emptiness. Harry looked up for a moment then, and saw that the plum-colored robes were watching, just watching. Some time later, after all the stars in the night sky had gone cold and dark, and the last light in the universe had sputtered down to embers and gone black, the questioning of Hermione ended. "If it pleases my lords," said the voice of Lord Malfoy, "I should like to have the testimony of my son Draco, witnessed under 2 drops of Veritasrum, read aloud at this time. Until she went after me in that battle, I wasn't plotting anything against Granger. But after that day I really was feeling insulted. I'd helped her all those times. The sound that came from Hermione's throat was like she'd just been crushed under a falling stone, so huge that she couldn't cry or breathe, just a small, sad gasp. "Pardon me," said one witch from what seemed to be the Malfoy-aligned side of the room. "But Lord Malfoy, why would your son help this mudblood girl?" "My son," Lucius Malfoy said in a heavy voice, "seems to have been listening to certain misguided ideas. He is young, and he has learned now, we have all seen as a country, what such folly brings in repayment." A few steps down along the visitors' benches, a man wearing a newsman's cap and a badge identifying him as belonging to the Daily Prophet was avidly scribbling with a long quill. The few people who nodded along to Dumbledore earlier had rather sick looks on their faces. One witch in plum-colored robes quite deliberately stood up from what had seemed like Dumbledore's side of the room and made her way over toward the Malfoy side. The aura went on reading, his voice monotone. "I've been so tired from casting all those larking wards. I was weak when I cast the last one. I thought I was stronger than Granger, but I wasn't certain. So I tested it empirically by challenging her to a duel. That's why I did it. And also because if I'd won, I was planning to beat her again the next day where everyone could see. Stupid Veritasrum. But she didn't know about that when she tried to kill me. And I really was insulted by what she'd done. I really had helped her before, and I hadn't been planning anything against her then. Only she went after me in front of everyone." When all the witness testimony was done, the deliberations of the Wisengamot began, if you could call them that. It seemed that many members of the Wisengamot were of the strong opinion that murder was bad. The plum-colored robes on Dumbledore's side of the room were silent, the supposed forces of good saving their political capital for more winnable battles. And Harry could hear, as though Professor Quirrell were standing next to him, a dry voice in his mind, explaining to him that it would hardly have been to the politician's own advantage to speak just then. But there was one wizard in the room whose status was high enough that he had, it seemed, transcended his caution against losing face. One wizard alone whose status was high enough that he could speak a word of sanity and escape unscathed. He alone spoke to defend Hermione, the man with a phoenix flaming bright upon his shoulder. Only Albus Dumbledore spoke. The chief warlock didn't raise the possibility that Hermione Granger was entirely innocent. That, the headmaster had explained to Harry, would not be believed, would only make it worse. But Albus Dumbledore said, in one gentle reminder after another, that the perpetrator was a first-year girl in Hogwarts, that many had done foolish things during their youth, that a first year in Hogwarts was simply too young to comprehend the consequences of her acts. He himself, the chief warlock said quietly, had attempted certain foolish things during his childhood when he was well older than she. Albus Dumbledore said that Hermione Granger had been beloved of all the Hogwarts faculty and helped 4 Hufflepuff girls with their charms homework, and had scored 103 points for Ravenclaw over the course of the school year. Albus Dumbledore said that nobody who knew Hermione Granger would be anything but shocked by these events, that they had, all of them, heard the horror in her voice as she recounted her testimony. And if some unusual madness had temporarily possessed her, then, his voice rising in stern command, she deserved nothing from them except sympathy and a healer's attentions. And at the last, Albus Dumbledore reminded the Wizengamot, over cries of protest, that the charge was attempted murder and not murder. Albus Dumbledore said, over a rising storm of objections, that no lasting harm had come to anyone. And Albus Dumbledore begged them not to do worse themselves than anything that had yet been done. Enough, bellowed Lucius Malfoy, and a show of hands ended the deliberations. The white-maned man stood tall and terrible, his silver cane held high in one hand like a gavel about to fall. For what this mad woman has tried to do to my son, for the blood debt that she owes for trying to end the line of a noble and most ancient house, I say that she will. Azkaban, roared a man with a scarred face, seated at Lord Malfoy's right hand. Send the mad mudblood to Azkaban. Azkaban, cried another plum-colored robe, and then another, and another. A click from the rod in Dumbledore's hand silenced the room. You are out of order, the old wizard said sternly, and your proposal is barbaric, beneath the dignity of this assembly. There are things we do not do, Lord Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy had listened to this with an impassive face. Well, Lord Malfoy said after a few moments. A cold gleam lit his eyes. I had not planned to ask it, but if that is the will of the Wizengamot, then let her pay as any in her place would pay. Let it be Azkaban. A great cheer of rage went up. Are you all lost? Cried Albus Dumbledore. She is too young. Her mind would not withstand it. Not in 3 centuries has such a thing been done in Britain. What will the other countries think of us? Said the sharp voice of a woman that Harry recognized as Neville's grandmother. Will you guard Azkaban after she goes there, Lord Malfoy? Said a stern old witch that Harry didn't know. For my auras may decline to guard it, I fear, if small children are kept within. The deliberations are ended, Lucius Malfoy said coldly. But if you are incapable of finding auras who can obey the vote of the Wizengamot, Madam Bones, you may relinquish the position. We can easily find another to serve in your place. The will of this hall is clear. For the monstrosity of her crimes, the girl is to be tried as an adult and punished accordingly. 10 years in Azkaban, the justice for attempted murder. When the old wizard spoke again, his voice was lower. Is there no alternative to this, Lucius? We may retire to my chambers to discuss it, if need be. The tall man of the long white hair turned then to regard where the old wizard stood at the podium, and the two stared at each other for a long moment. When Lucius Malfoy spoke again, his voice seemed to tremble ever so slightly, as though the stern control on it was failing. Blood calls for repayment, the blood of my family. Not for any price will I sell the blood debt owed my son. You would not understand that, who never had love or child of your own. Still, There is more than one debt owed to House Malfoy, and I think that my son, if he stood among us, would rather be repaid for his mother's blood than for his own. Confess your own crime to the Wisengamot, as you confessed it to me, and I shall— Don't even think about it, Albus, said the stern old witch who had spoken before. The old wizard stood at the podium. The old wizard stood at the podium, his face twisting, untwisting. Stop it, said the old witch. You know the answer you must give, Albus. It will not change for agonizing over it. The old wizard spoke. No, said Albus Dumbledore. And you, Malfoy, continued the stern old witch, I suppose all you really wanted this whole time was to ruin— Hardly, said Lucius Malfoy, his lips now twisting into a bitter smile. No, I have no purpose here but my son's vengeance. I only wish to show the Wisengamot the truth behind this old man's pretended heroism and his praise of that girl, that he would hardly think of sacrificing himself to save her. Cruelty worthy of a Death Eater indeed, said Augusta Longbottom. Not that I'm implying anything, of course. Cruelty, said Lucius Malfoy, the bitter smile still on his face. I think not. I knew what his answer would be. I have ever warned you that he only plays his pretended part. If you believe in his hesitation, the more fool you. Remember that his answer was the same. The man raised his voice. Let us vote, my friends. I think a show of hands will suffice for it. I do not imagine there will be many who choose to align themselves with murderers. The voice went cold on the last note, the promise in it very clear. Look at the girl, said Albus Dumbledore. See her, see the horror you are committing. She is— The old wizard's voice broke. She is afraid. The Veritaserum must have been wearing off, because Hermione Granger's face was twisting beneath the slackness, her limbs trembling visibly beneath the chains, as though she were trying to run from that chair, but was pressed down by weights larger than the enchanted metal links that bound her. Then there was a convulsive effort, and Hermione's neck moved. Her head twisted, enough to bring her eyes into line. She looked at Harry Potter, and though she didn't speak, it was absolutely clear what she was saying. Harry, help me, please. And in the most ancient hall of the Wisengamot, an icy voice rang out, speech the color of liquid nitrogen, pitched too high for that it came from too young a throat, and that voice said, Lucius Malfoy. In the ancient and hallowed halls of the Wisengamot, people looked around, and it took their eyes too long to find what they sought. It might have been high in pitch, it might have been underloud for the words being spoken, and yet even so, you wouldn't have expected to hear that voice from a child. It wasn't until Lord Malfoy spoke in return that people even realized where they should be looking. Harry Potter, said Lucius Malfoy. He did not incline his head. Heads spun, eyes moved, and people focused on the messy-haired young boy standing near the weeping older witch. The boy stood merely chest-high with his shoes on, dressed in short robes of formal black, though unless your eyes were keen indeed, you couldn't have seen, from all the way across the hall, that famous and deadly scar beneath his messy hair. This folly does not become you, Lucius, said the boy. 12-year-old girls do not go around committing murders. You are a Slytherin and an intelligent one. You know this is a plot. Hermione Granger was placed on this game board by force, by whatever hand lies behind that plot. You were surely intended to act just as you are acting now, except that Draco Malfoy was meant to be dead, and you were meant to be beyond all reason. But he is alive, and you are sane. Why are you cooperating with your intended role in a plot meant to take the life of your son? A storm seemed to be raging inside Lucius, the face beneath the flowing white hair threatening to crack open and spill something unguessable. The Lord of Malfoy seemed to almost speak once and then twice again, swallowing 3 unheard sentences before his lips parted for true. A plot, you say? Lord Malfoy said at last. His face was twitching, hardly controlled. And whose plot would that be, then? If I knew, said the boy, I would have said so a good deal earlier. But anyone who had ever been Hermione Granger's classmate could tell you that she is a most unlikely murderess. She does, in fact, help Hufflepuffs with their homework. This was not a natural event, Lord Malfoy. Plot or no plot, Lucius's voice was trembling. This mudblood filth has touched my son, and for that I will end her. You should know that full well, Harry Potter. It is questionable, the boy said, to put it mildly, whether Hermione Granger actually cast that blood-cooling charm. I do not know the exact circumstances or what spells were involved, but simple trickery would not have sufficed to make her do it. She did not act of her own will, and perhaps did not act at all. Your vengeance is being misdirected, Lord Malfoy, and deliberately so. It is not a 12-year-old girl who deserves your ire. And what do you care for her fate? Lucius Malfoy's voice was rising. What is your stake in this? She is my friend, the boy said, as Draco is my friend. It is possible that this blow was aimed at me, and not at House Malfoy at all. Again, the muscles jumped in Lucius's face. And now you are lying to me as you lied to my son. Believe it or not, the boy said quietly, I never willed anything but that Draco should know the truth. Enough, cried the Lord Malfoy. Enough of your lies, enough of your games. You do not understand, you would never understand, what it means that he is my son. I will not be denied this vengeance. No more, never again. For the blood this girl owes House Malfoy, she shall go to Azkaban. And if I ever find another hand at work, even if it is your own, that hand shall be cut off as well. Lucius Malfoy raised his deadly silver cane as though in command, his teeth clenched and his lips drawn back in a snarl, like a wolf facing a dragon. And if you have nothing better to say than that, be silent, Harry Potter. Harry's blood was hammering even beneath the ice of his dark side, the fear for Hermione, the part of him that wanted to lash out at Lucius and destroy him where he stood for his insolence and his stupidity. But Harry didn't have the power. He didn't even have a single vote in the Wisengamot. Draco had said that Lucius was scared of him for some unknown reason. And Harry could see it in the rictus that Lord Malfoy's face had become drawn and tight, that it was taking all his courage for him to tell Harry to shut up. So Harry said, his voice cool and deadly, hoping to hell that it meant something, You will earn my enmity if you do this thing, Lucius. Someone in the lower rows of what was evidently the blood-purist side of the Wisengamot, who was looking down at the young boy rather than up at Lord Malfoy, laughed in outright incredulity. Other plum-colored robes began to laugh as well. Lord Malfoy gazed at him with hard dignity as that laughter spread. If you want the enmity of the House of Malfoy, you shall have it, child. Now really, said the woman in too much pink makeup, I think this has gone on quite long enough, wouldn't you say, Lord Malfoy? The boy will miss his classes. Indeed he will, said Lucius Malfoy, and then raised his voice again. I call the vote. By show of hands, let the Wisengamot acknowledge the blood debt owed to the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy for the attempted murder of its last scion and ending of its line, by Hermione, the first Granger. Hands shot up one after another, and the secretary who sat in the bottom circle began to make marks on parchment to tally them, but it was obvious which way the majority had gone. And Harry screamed inside his mind, a frantic call for help to any part of himself that would offer a way out, a strategy, an idea. But there was nothing, there was nothing. He'd played his last cards and lost. And then, with a last convulsive desperation, Harry plunged himself into his dark side, pushed himself into his dark side, seizing at its deadly clarity, offering his dark side anything if it would only solve this problem for him. And at last the lethal calm came over him, the true ice finally answering his call. Beyond all panic and despair, his mind began to search through every fact in its possession, recall everything it knew about Lucius Malfoy, about the Wisengamot, about the laws of magical Britain. His eyes looked at the rows of chairs, at every person, and everything within range of his vision, searching for any opportunity it could grasp.